Greetings, everyone. I hope you are well. Today is my birthday celebration, as I am turning another year wiser. I would like to give a shout out to 3 special people that share the same birthday that I do. Kristen Edwards, Lisa Starr, and my dear friend, Demon Reeds. I send you a very, very, very special happy birthday. I would thank you for sharing the same birthday as mine, but that was out of our control when we were born. But I am so honored to share this birthday with you. Thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. Also, don't forget, down in the description box, you can find the link to my merch store. You can also buy me a coffee if you like what you are hearing. And you can also become a member of Back to Ashes for only $1.99 a month. Perks include getting early access to videos, a special shout out at the beginning of every video, plus many more perks. With that being said, it is time to go back to ashes, for when we arise from the ashes, we are a better, stronger, and happier person in the morning. Because I am such an avid horror lover, and I also made a poll on my community tab, I have selected an array of horror stories and joined it into one large compilation. I hope you all enjoy, as there is 5 hours worth of narration followed by 2 hours of rain. Let's get started, shall we? Little Lost Boy, written by Black Cat 1206. This is a fictional story inspired by tales my mom, aunties, and gran told us as kids. Modern cautionary tales about playing too close to the water or straying too far from the path into the woods. Andy was 5. He was the youngest of Jean and Morris Appleby's 3 children, and was, as certain people in the neighborhood like to say, born slow. That wasn't a brother to little Andy, because he was the apple of the Appleby's eye, and he knew he was loved. Loved by his mom and dad. Donna, who was 8, clucked around him like an old mother hen, and even 10-year-old Charlie was always patient with him. Yes, Andy was a happy, friendly, and trusting, and very carefree little boy. His grandmother Joy used to worry, though. She used to try to talk to her daughter, but Jean just said, "Oh, Mom, stop fussing. I don't let Andy out of my sight, you know that." "But Andrew has no fear, Jeannie. No fear of anything," Joy pleaded, but she didn't persevere with this line of conversation. There was always an invisible wall around her, Jeannie. Always a reluctance to talk about anything really heavy regarding their Andy, as if not talking about anything too heavy would somehow protect and keep him safe from a cruel and harsh world, Joy thought. That day was a beautiful, bright midsummer's day, and it started like any other in the Appleby household. After breakfast, Morris took the older 2 children to school before going on to work. Morris was a manager at a car parts manufacturing plant, and was popular and well-liked in his workplace. The other 2 children kissed their mother and said bye to little Andy. And still bantering and laughing together, they grabbed their school bags and left the house, followed closely by their father, telling them to get a move on, you 2. Morris had already kissed his wife affectionately on the cheek and ruffled his youngest son's hair, telling him, "Be a good boy for Mommy, won't you, Andy?" As Andy wasn't at school full-time yet, they were going to have a busy day shopping and visiting Jean's mother, Joy. The morning was very successful. First, they went to town to the butcher's. greengrocers, and finally the baker's, before taking 3 of Morris's work suits to the dry cleaners. After all that walking, Andy was a little ratty. His legs were getting tired and it was very hot. So, when his mom told him that they were going to see his granny, Andy was excited. He liked going to see his gran because she had a nice house. There was always good things to eat and drink. And he liked cuddling his gran's dog, Barney. Also, outside of his gran's house was a nice big green with swings and a bright blue climbing frame on it. And sometimes, when he was good, his mom took him out to play on the green for 10 minutes. There was also a big wood on the other side of the road, where everyone told him he wasn't allowed to go. His mom and dad told him, his gran told him, and even Charlie and Donna told him. And he always listened to Charlie and Donna because they were very clear and kind. He didn't mind though. He really liked the swings and the bright blue climbing frame. They had to take a short bus journey to get to his grandmother's house. By the time mother and son arrived at Joy's front door, Andy had passed fractiousness and was now downright sullen. Jean felt ratty too. She was hot, bothered, and more than a little frustrated with her son's incessant whining. "Hello, my darlings. Come in. Oh, Jeannie, you look done in." "Thanks, Ma. Yes, I'm exhausted. This one has been a horror." Jean gestured to Andy, who was now clinging onto her legs and continuously whining that he was hot and tired. "What's wrong with my little man? Come to Granny." Joy reached to pick Andy up. He put his little head on her shoulder, and Joy carried him through to the kitchen, followed by her slightly bedraggled daughter. Joy said over her shoulder, "You'll feel better after a cuppa, Jeannie." Her mother was right too, and by the time Andy pleaded to her to go out with him on the green so he could play on the climbing frame, Jean felt more human. Andy himself felt better too. His granny had helped him wash his face and hands, then had given him some horned squash and a slice of chocolate cake. And now, he has energized again and ready for more physical exercise and play. "Oh, don't fuss me, Andy. Let me have my tea in peace. I haven't stopped all morning. The green will still be there in half hour." Andy pouted in protest. However, his mother's attention had already passed from him and again to the conversation she was having with his grandmother. Andy went to the window and, pressing his nose up against it, saw the other children playing happily on the bright blue climbing frame and swings. It would be all right to go outside by himself for just a little while, wouldn't it? His mom would easily be able to see him through the living room window. He would wave at his mom and gran. They would be happy that he was being a big boy now. Jean and Joy were so engrossed in their earnest conversation that they didn't notice the little boy quietly slip past the coffee table and out of the living room. They were so enthused and busy in discussing the latest family news and intrigues that they didn't hear the front door open and close again. "Right. Come on then. Let's..." "Mom? Where's Andy?" Jean felt her stomach churn, and a rush of sheer panic, fear, and absolute dread rose up to her throat and erupted into a scream of anguish. "Andy, Andy, where are you, baby? Please, Andy, please answer Mommy." The two women then tore the house apart, desperately trying to find the little boy, their little Andy. The search was fruitless. While Jean hurried out to the garden, stopping various children, asking them, "Have you seen my little boy? He's blonde with blue eyes." The answer was always, "No, sorry." Joy quickly called the police. "Yes, hello, I'm reporting a missing child. Please come quickly." In the weeks that followed, there was an extensive police search of the surrounding local area for little Andy Appleby. There were hundreds of volunteers from the local community, obviously including the boy's father, uncles, and fathers, and friends. People wanted nothing more than to find the 5-year-old, feeling the profound sadness of the entire Appleby family. Even the local woods opposite to his grandmother's house that so fascinated Andy was searched and researched by police dogs, a police helicopter, and even secretly by 10-year-old Charlie Appleby and his friends, in the vague hope of finding anything of the missing boy. But nobody ever saw or heard from little Andy Appleby again. Vanished from God's good earth, certain people from the neighborhood like to say. The Old Water House, written by Black Cat 1206. Over the heath, there was an ancient, crumbling water house where the entire estate's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water. But it did. It was made with bricks, with a black slate roof and iron doors, although at the time of this incident it was just a shadow of its former self, and didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed in by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones at them. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath, and they all told us it spooked them and their mates as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats. So the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat us, younger kids, all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us, and so. A half hour later, everyone had their fruit buckets and were off. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Gran's blackberry pies were the best. Gran's house led directly onto the path of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of the older cousins passed me through to the other, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids went through in seconds, and we were away again. On our way to our destination, the older boys told us spooky stories, as they always did. Half because they liked scaring us, and a half because we all used to beg them to. There was nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousins H or B. They were masters and so believable. We loved it. We all stopped talking when we came to the water house. Nobody ever dared to speak around or near the water house, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked, and still does, so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we reached our beloved blackberry field, but this time, as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all more somber as we remembered the old wives' tale, an urban legend that we all knew about the water house. The story goes, Once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead, and 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It is said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath and hid out in the waterhouse. It was newish at that time and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress between the remaining gang. Months, although it was never proven how, the bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later. A few years after the weird stuff and creepy noises started occurring near and around the waterhouse, mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelt around the area of the waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spate of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath, not too far from the waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started giving the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because the creepy history and dark reputation, and that left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That is why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quick as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, us younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute before being rounded up by the older boys. One of them lifted my wheelchair again and we set off to the blackberry field. We soon arrived at the field, which some other local kids we knew were already there, and we spent a nice afternoon picking and eating the juicy, sweet blackberries and splashing in the river. And soon, the sun was getting low and it was time for home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering, laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly. But being as it was getting later, we were feeling wearier and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close, like before a thunderstorm. The youngest of the 3 older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low-guarded voice, "Something moved at the back of there, bro." B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anyone up for a laugh. But A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm going to have a look," passing me through to B and squeezing past us all. "Wait up, A. We've got to..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B had moved forward towards his brother, when we all heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the 2 boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of my wheelchair again, had told everyone to run, and we did. B picking up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running. A grabbing the other two kids' hands and following B and H running with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand. We ran and ran. A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but saw nothing. We didn't stop until we got to the fence, which leads back to the road on the estate, and we could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B, holding himself up by the railings, asked, "What did you see, A?" Yellow eyes, hairy face." All us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe and would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the water house as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and my auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we just got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes, looking for golf balls to sell. And as that was quite a commonplace over the heath, Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell my mama or auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face, or find out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the water house for a long time after that. The Midnight Children, written by Black Cat 1206. Raymond crossed the frost-crusted grass to where he and Liam had seen the four oddly creepy children the previous evening. Raymond had woken up at midnight on the dot, with a start, without exactly knowing why. Beads of sweat covered his entire body, and the air was hot, clammy, and close. He had got up to open the window and saw them. They were motionless, but with intent. He couldn't subdue the unpleasant feeling that they were there to, 1, impart an important message, 2, cause them some serious harm. His personal opinion was the latter felt right. The sensation of pure dread and panic that, when he had seen the weird quartet, grasped his heart and squeezed until it was hard for him to catch his breath. Convincing him he was about to have a heart attack was a distant indication to Raymond that their presence was a bad omen of impending doom and didn't bring anything positive. The moment he set eyes on them, the pure and definite sense of evil and malevolent hatred that oozed from them was overwhelming, even from high above in their cozy, modern, safe, warm bedroom. This resulted in Raymond actually crying out in utter alarm, much to the annoyance of Liam, when all four children raised their eyes towards the window simultaneously and stared directly at both of them. Now, in the mid-morning sun, the deep-rooted sense of eager malevolence and unnatural malice, which excluded from the quartet of eerie youngsters, was like a nightmare of which the effects and emotions were faint, worn off with the rising sun. However, the memory was still hard for Raymond to shake off completely. "What are you up to, babe?" Liam said from behind him, making Raymond jump slightly. "Don't do that, Lee. You made me jump." They looked at each other and laughed. Liam handed Raymond a mug of instant coffee. "Just looking. Those kids were standing about here, weren't they?" Liam shook his head, a small frown distorting his fine features for a moment. Nah, more to the right, directly under the tree. He passed Raymond and stood on the exact spot where they both saw the 4 children the night before. Looking down at the hard frostbitten ground, scuffing it absent-mindedly with his boot. They were probably just local kids messing around, screwing with the new residents. He laughed. Raymond thought a little uneasily. They look pretty small to be lurking around the neighbor's back garden after midnight, Lee. 2 of them looked Emily and Stan's age. You wouldn't see my brother and Sarah letting them wander around like that, would you? Liam considered his spouse's statement a moment and smiled, imagining his 7- and 9-year-old niece and nephew terrorizing their local neighborhood nightly. No, I don't think I would. Speaking of your brother and his family, we'd better hurry up and get the house sorted. They will be here at 4. Raymond looked at his watch and sighed. Whose idea was it to have a cozy family Christmas anyway? He said. They would have been yours, babe. Now come on, let's get to work, Liam replied, putting his arm around Raymond's shoulder and kissing his cheek. From a shadowy corner of the garden, invisible to Raymond and Liam, 4 sinister small figures playfully watched the 2 young men as they embraced each other lovingly, and playfully shoving each other, walked back through the garden to their warm, cozy house. The Cleaning, written by Black Cat 1206. One Saturday, when I was 13, my uncle came around with his girlfriend and my 2 younger cousins. Our other 2 cousins were staying at the flat for the weekend, and a further younger female cousin had asked Mom if she could also stay. This was a regular occurrence for us kids. The weekends and school holidays were free for all. A constant stream of kids staying at one place or another, making makeshift beds with beanbags and floor cushions, or just crashing out on the floor with sleeping bags. My mom and aunties all used to joke that in the holidays their homes turned into regular old doss house. Apart from my 5 cousins and I, my friend Jay was there. He too was at our flat every weekend, and his parents knew he would be okay. Mom had the reputation for being cool yet very strict. We all hung out together, had a sandwich and drink, and played on the Sega. Then Mom and my uncle's partners said we should all go for a walk. Everyone thought it was a great idea, so the 10 of us set out. The 3 adults decided that we should go to Donkey Woods, which is a bit of green wild land owned by the council, much like Heathland. As kids, we used to go over a lot in the spring, summer, and autumn on our own, or with family, and it was reasonably safe and kid-friendly. And it still felt wild enough to make you feel adventurous and not in West London. We all walked the half-mile down the road from the flats to Donkey Woods, where we walked along the river until we got further into the woods, and while Mom, my uncle, and his partner all sat down to have a cigarette, us 7 kids went exploring. As I've mentioned before, we all knew Donkey Woods really well, and were totally at ease and comfortable over there, so we weren't expecting anything unusual or creepy at all. For us, it was just another mid-August late Saturday afternoon, and we were just messing around. My cousin T, my friend Jay, and I were all talking, and suddenly the other 4 kids came running up. They hadn't been too far away, just slightly further down the river. They were all out of breath and looked a little rattled. The four of them told us they had seen something weird in one of the small clearings. They wouldn't tell us. They just said, "You have to come see this." We all thought it was just a major wind-up, but when we got to the clearing, our mood changed quickly, not to fear, more like a sense of unsettling apprehension. In the middle of the clearing were 3 small tents in a rough triangle, and in the middle of the tents was a small, still smoldering fire, and around the edges of the clearing were several small dead birds. Sparrows, I think. The whole scene was very unnatural and eerie, and I felt a distant drop in the temperature. Most likely my imagination, but still quite evident. Now, the rough sleepers of the area did use Donkey Woods as a base, but not in that particular place of the woods, as it was too close to the main road and the homeless people avoided harassment and abuse from certain unpleasant individuals by going further into the woods to prevent any kind of confrontation. The homeless people who lived near Donkey Woods also didn't use tents. They would make a shelter from pieces of wood and plastic sheeting, and Donkey Woods isn't a place where people go camping recreationally, so we felt there was something very special about the scene in this clearing. I told the 4 younger ones to go and get the adults. While they were gone, me, Jay, and T didn't move. T, who was, and still is, as tall as nails, was completely colorless. You couldn't see her freckles at all. I didn't even move my wheelchair around the area as I normally would have done, and Jay just kept asking, "What the actual F?" When the adults came back with the other kids, they were clearly unnerved by the odd scene as much as we were, and it was soon agreed by everyone that we should leave the clearing in Donkey Woods immediately. The most creepy part of this incident was the next morning. My uncle went to see my other uncle, and together they went over Donkey Woods to look around more. They went to the clearing, but there was nothing there. Not even marks in the ground from the tent poles. No sign of the fire, or no tiny dead birds. Witch's Willow, written by Black Cat 1206. This is a fictional tale inspired by, but not about, my own family's beliefs and roots from generations back. Once upon a time, long ago, there lived a young woman in a small village. The region of where exactly is long forgotten, but the name is Willow Way. Willow Way was the home of 150 souls and was a very proper, clean, tidy, upstanding little village whose people were wholesome, law-abiding citizens who went to church every Sunday and were always ready to help anyone. The young woman's name was Bessie Martin, and she was what the villagers called a child of nature, and they were all very wary and suspicious of her, which surprised and quite upset Betty, as she did not think there was anything outlandish or odd about her lifestyle or habits. After all, she merely prepared and brewed natural remedies to treat and cure minor ailments using herbs, flowers, and plants, and baked bread and other baked goods to earn a modest, decent living as her grandmother did before her. When Bessie was there, her mother died from a lung disease, so Bessie went to live with her grandmother. And as she got older, she helped her grandmother's tiny home bakery business. Bessie grew up to be a good, true, honest girl, who was as beautiful as she was kind. And by the time her grandmother passed away, when Bessie was 21, she had quite a lot of admirers. The mayor of Willow Way had a handsome young son who, at the time of this story, was 25. His name was Roderick. He was a very tall, strong, and, with a group of his friends, liked nothing more than to go out and about the area, spending their money, drinking, and fighting with the local youths of the community. Nothing ever happened to Roderick or his friends. Money can pay off injuries and damages and buy freedom. Roderick had a long-term understanding. He was betrothed to the village squire's lovely daughter, May. She was pretty, 18, and educated in the ways of a lady of high status. Now, the story told is that one day when Bessie Martin was by the stream, she had been spending a much-deserved morning off from baking to enjoy the warm spring sunshine, and after paddling her small dainty feet in the cool, calming water, she decided to rest up against the big old willow tree. Suddenly, she saw Roderick, or Roderick saw her. They did know of each other's existence. Roderick was taken by her assured confidence, her wild yet gentle beauty, and her pure, kind soul, which was one thing that his betrothed May did not possess. For Bessie's part, she was intrigued by him and his boisterous and wayward behavior, fascinated by his entire presence and flattered by his attention to her femininity. What happened next does not need to be mentioned. It can be imagined. Needless to say, it began with, "Hello, fair maiden." Promises spoken that could not be kept, not even by the most honorable of men, and we know Roderick was not at all honorable. It finished with a heavy, swollen belly and bitter tears of loneliness. Roderick and May were married in the autumn after Roderick's secret liaison with Bessie that ended so bitterly, and the heated longing he had once felt for his bonny wildflower soon cooled and faded together to be replaced by the constant, adoring love for his fresh young bride. A year passed. Bessie had her child, a fair and delicate infant that she named Lily, in the same little cottage that she grew up in, and for many months, Bessie and her baby lived a happy, peaceful, carefree life. Roderick's decaying, blue, bloated body was discovered by the stream he first saw and started to woo Bessie Martin. The cause of his too early demise was unclear to the village chirurgeon, but soon uncomfortable and ugly whispers began to ripple through the small, close-knit, highly religious community of Willow Way. The whispers suggested that Roderick's death was not a natural one, nor not quite murder either. The whispers, insidious and filled with untamed spite, spoke of taboo and unholy acts committed by godless and wanton creatures. One creature in particular was the subject of these unfounded suspicions. These suspicions were not new, merely old ones given more fuel by fresh and undeniable evidence of wrongdoing. The whispers were of Bessie Martin, and the source of the whispers, perhaps quite understandably, May. The first thing Bessie knew of the angry mob was when they used brute force to break down the little wooden door and dragged Bessie out of her meager bed by her hair. Another member of the mob plucked the terrified babe Lily from the cozy warm cot and followed the leader out of the small dwelling, where he, the mayor of the good, upstanding Willow Way, in turn put his lighted torch to the modest cottage. The kindling blazed throughout the deep, dark night. The vengeful mob brought Bessie Martin to her beloved Willow, They strung her up to the tree by her neck. They watched until the last flicker of life left her twitching, tortured body. When the corpse of Bessie Martin swung limply to and fro, the mayor of Willow Way coldly placed the fragile infant Lily into the hollow of the willow, turned away, and commanded the mob to leave. Before she relinquished her precious life to the pitiful wails of her cherished child, she looked over upon the still tranquil stream where her lost love had made so many breakable promises to her, and in turn had paid for his indiscretions in a watery grave. Cold, stilly hatred of everything and everyone who had forsaken her and her innocent Lily filled up her eyes, replacing the tears of sorrow, and with it came the hex. The hex was as dark as the night around her. It had formed, and she succumbed. Bessie Martin was 23 when she died. Lily Martin was 8 months old when she perished. A month after the fateful night, a youth from a neighboring village came forward to confess that he was present on the day Roderick died. They had fought, and Roderick lost his footing and fell banging his head against a rock on the bank of the stream. Roderick had fallen into the water. The youth, fearful that he would be accused of murder, panicked and fled. However, his conscience laid heavy on him, and he soon felt obligated to come forward and tell his tale. Nothing happened. Well, what could happen? The angry mob had already exacted their gruesome and terrible revenge after acting as judge, jury, and executioner. A few weeks after the unfortunate youth's confession, the mayor of Willow Way was found dead near the willow. The village chirurgeon of the yet unknowing darn little village found dead was caused by a bullet to the heart, probably a lethal hunting accident. Although no other living person was found near the area, and the bullet indeed came from the mayor's own gun. A few months after the mayor's death, May, the newly bereft young widow of Roderick, was found by the housemaid face down in the stream. Talk was that she had been a shadow of her former self since her husband's untimely passing, and unable to fend off the dark, sinister shadow of grief, had chosen to join her groom. Others believe that a more ominous supernatural hand had gilded and overseen the two sad tragedies. They kept their notions to themselves. It is said that the small village of Willow Way and the immediate area around it was soon after abandoned to nature herself and left to its own devices to become dilapidated, and an odd sensation of dread and fear soon rose up all around it. The area soon evolved into a place of shadow and darkness, of boogeymen and childhood nightmares. All that is left of Willow Way now is the legend of the Witch's Willow. If you find yourself in the area, maybe you will wonder upon Bessie Martin's cottage, or where it once stood. People say that it is still possible to see a circle of burnt, charred ground where she and her baby once lived in their humble little dwelling. Nothing grows there. No bright, colorful wildflowers, no plants or shrubs either, or sounds of beast or bird. The stream, which was once clear as glass and flowed as free as Bessie Martin's own spirit, is now sluggish, still as the grave was, dark, oily black, and slimy with algae. Sometimes, a cry of an infant has been heard around the looming ancient twisted willow, where an age ago, a young, beautiful, carefree girl sat enjoying the warm spring sun, and where a year and a half later, Her and her baby girl lost their lives in the name of misdirected anger and prejudice. A person needs to take care not to go too close to the slippery bank and the long, tangled weeds that straggle up from the murky depths of the stagnant stream to lay listlessly against the bank, in case they miraculously intertwine themselves around curious, exploring feet and drag them down beneath the surface of the cursed water. Everyone is Mark, written by Brew Jessalami. Mark looks terrified as he looks to the left and sees a man who looks eerily similar to him. When he looks to his right, he sees another man who looks very similar to him as well. He then looked down and realized all the people around him looked suspiciously like himself. He runs, looking to escape. He pushes himself through the crowd, trying not to look at the crowd, and eventually makes it through the exit. He runs home and barricades the door, just in case the others try to come in. He then sits on his bed. What the hell? A few hours pass, and Mark has calmed down a little. He realizes that the best thing he can do is find out why everyone looks like himself. Mark begins to browse the internet in his apartment. He looks up a variety of search terms, including, "Why does everyone look like Mark Zuckerberg?" and "Mark Zuckerberg Clone Army." Mark then looks through conspiracy websites, reading a variety of theories about clones and robots. He eventually finds one that talks about the possibility of a Mark Zuckerberg army, whose mission was to take over the world by any means necessary. Mark realizes that these clones could be very dangerous and decides now is the time to fight back. He gets his gun, which he always keeps with him just in case, loaded with bullets, and gets ready to leave his apartment. Mark steps outside. He realizes that the army of clones has already reached the streets of his city. There are at least 25 of them that Mark can count, and some of them are armed too. Mark decides that the best thing he can do is run and hide. He sprints through the alleyways, hoping not to encounter any of his clones. He eventually finds a store where he believes he can get some form of cover. Mark enters the store and hides inside. The store is mostly empty and is about to close for the evening. When Mark is almost convinced nobody is there, he sees a couple employees stocking the shelves. Mark peeks from inside the store and sees who the employee is. He looks exactly like him. Mark decides he needs to have a conversation with this thing, even though it looks like him. It still may be a dangerous person. If he can figure out what this thing wants, he may be able to use its motives to fight back. He exits the store and quietly approaches the employee. Mark taps the employee on the back. The employee turns around and looks at Mark. His eyes are dead and he seems almost catatonic. "Who are you?" asks Mark. I don't know." The employee is silent and just stares at Mark. His eyes are very strange. They look almost inhuman and robotic. Mark also notices that the rest of the employee's body is the same way. It seems very unnatural. Who are you?" At this point, Mark is beginning to get suspicious of the employee. Something is very wrong with the employee, and Mark is not sure if this clone is hostile or not. Mark is getting increasingly nervous. He realizes that this thing is a clone of himself and a potential threat. It needs to be eliminated, but Mark is not quite sure of the best way to do this. Mark decides to take a risk. He pulls out a gun and aims it at the clone. "Tell me who you are, or I will shoot you," says Mark, his hand trembling. The clone continues to stare at Mark. Its mouth begins to move, but nothing comes out. It seems like it can't speak. "Tell me who you are, you gosh darned clone." Silence. A shot rings out from his gun. The clone falls to the ground, dead. Mark checks his pockets to see if the clone had any items on him. Mark finds that the clone is carrying with him a large syringe. It is filled up with a glowing purple liquid, but Mark doesn't know what exactly the substance is. The clone is dead. There is no other explanation. He decides to keep the syringe with him so he can get answers later. Mark puts the syringe in his pocket. His mind is racing as he realizes that he has just killed a clone of himself, and there are still possibly hundreds of clones left that he will probably encounter. Mark looks around for a moment. He realizes that now would be the perfect time to run and find a hiding spot somewhere in the city. He could then wait for the clones to leave and go home later. He begins to move through the alleyways once again, looking for a new hiding spot. Mark eventually finds a small building that he believes he can hide in. The doors are unlocked, so he enters the building and goes to the second floor. He hides in a window overlooking the outside, looking out over the city. Mark takes off his coat and pants and sits by the window. He takes a moment to calm down, thinking about the events that just happened. He eventually starts to fall asleep as he waits for the clones to leave. Mark eventually drifts off to sleep. He sleeps for quite some time, waking up to a completely deserted city. The building he is in seems empty. He exits the building to see if the city is also empty. Mark eventually finds a car with the keys in the ignition. He decides to use this car to try to find a way out of the city. The car starts, so Mark drives through the city streets. Mark drives for an hour before he realizes that he doesn't know how to get out of the city. He drives to a gas station and tries to find a map. He finds a map, but it seems like it is out of date. He doesn't know where to go next. Mark sees a traffic sign that guides him to an intersection. He takes the path it points to. This is when Mark realizes something. He is all alone now. The entire city is empty, and he is by himself. He decides to keep driving until he finds a way out of the city. Mark continues driving for the better part of the day. He eventually reaches a highway and follows it out of the city. After several hours, he realizes the car is getting very low on gas. He pulls into a gas station to refuel and fill up on supplies. Mark exits his car and approaches the gas station. It's closed and locked. He attempts to open the doors, but they don't budge. He goes around the back, looking to see if he can see through the windows to find the owner of the store. He sees himself sitting next to the register. Mark is horrified. He looks at the clone and screams. The clone looks up and stares directly at the Mark standing outside. The clone's mouth started moving. The words that fly out of the clone's mouth are slurred and barely understandable. You're Mark Zuckerberg. You killed my friend. Mark is stunned and doesn't know what to say back. He starts to back up. No, you're a clone. We're all clones. Mark begins to panic. He looks at his phone and realizes that he doesn't have service. He's all alone with the clone. He turns around and begins to run as fast as he can. Mark has no idea what he is going to do now. Mark runs until he can no longer run. He finally collapses to the ground, exhausted. His limbs begin to shake, and his chest is on fire from the adrenaline rush. What do I do now? He says to himself, barely having the energy to breathe. Mark then sees something in the distance, walking towards him. It's another Mark Zuckerberg clone. He begins to hyperventilate. There's too many of you. The clone starts speaking in that same slurred, barely understandable voice. You have to be the original one, don't you? Know that? Mark realizes that this clone is right. He is the only clone to not have that strange slur or the mechanical voice. Oh God, I'm the original. Mark begins to cry on the ground. He can't comprehend what is happening. What the hell is going on? Mark looks at the clone in a rage. He decides he can no longer let this happen. What do I do? The clone is stunned. It looks at Mark with fear. Mark realizes what he has to do. He has a gun in his back pocket. He pulls it out and aims it at the clone. I'm sorry. With a tear in his eye and a trembling hand, he pulls the trigger. The clone falls to the floor, dead. Mark is stunned. He has just killed another of himself. He collapses on the ground and begins to cry. What the hell is going on? This can't be happening. At that point, Mark realizes something. He doesn't know how many clones of himself are left. I have to keep going. As he gets up from the ground, he notices something in the sky. It's a massive spaceship floating over the city. He thinks he hears screams coming from it. Oh God, how many? The clones didn't say anything. They just stare at him. The F? You gotta tell me, how many? The clones begin to open their mouth. They all start speaking at once in a monotone voice. Too many to count. Mark realizes that this was a mistake. He is alone in a room full of hundreds of his clones who are actively trying to kill him. He is trapped. What do I do? Mark begins to panic. He doesn't know what to do. He is completely surrounded. As the clones continue to circle him, he notices a small window in one of the walls. He runs to it and looks outside, hoping that he might be able to find a way out. Mark sees an extremely high security fence outside, and he knows that he won't be able to get past it. He is trapped. He sits down on the ground and looks at the clone staring at him. I'm never going to see my family again. Mark realizes that he needs to think of a solution. He doesn't know what to do at this point. He sits there for about an hour thinking. He knows that his family loves him and that he might never see them again. He begins to cry. Mark hears the clones around him start to talk amongst themselves. He can't make out exactly what it is they are saying. What are you planning to do with me? Mark then hears a voice from behind him. It's simple. We kill the original. Mark turns around to see a clone looking at him angrily. Kill me? Yes. The clone then pulls out its syringe of purple liquid. The clone puts the syringe to Mark's neck. No. Goodbye, Mark Zuckerberg. The clone then injects the purple liquid into Mark's neck. Mark collapses to the ground, choking. I don't want to die. He then lies motionless on the ground while the clones surround him. The clones stand above him for a few seconds. Then they burst into applause as one. He's dead. The original Mark Zuckerberg is dead. Hooray. The clones all celebrate. We did it. We killed the original Mark Zuckerberg. What do we do now? We take over his social media site. Now that he's gone, we can use his site for our purposes. The clones start to walk away, but one stops. It gives Mark one last parting blow, smashing a beer bottle on his head. The clones leave to Mark's mainframe to access his site. It is over. No voice comes from Mark's corpse. The clones look at his body and smiles. Now, to ruin his legacy. Mark Zuckerberg sat up. He looked at the clones with a blank stare, as if he were a zombie himself. What's the matter? The clones looked at him in horror. The poison failed. Oh yes, the poison failed. And I think you all just made a very big mistake. The clones look behind Mark, who has a look of pure evil on his face. He then laughs maniacally as the camera moves to behind his head. You thought you could kill me? You really should have thought again. The screen then cuts to black, and we can only hear Mark's maniacal laughter in the distance. Mark Zuckerberg's maniacal laugh continues. I'll be sure to ruin your legacy, and there's nothing you can do about it. We cut back to Mark Zuckerberg's dead body. The Mark Zuckerberg that we have been watching this whole time was a hologram. His program was written by the real Mark Zuckerberg himself. It was a simulation. The real Mark Zuckerberg was watching from his secret lair. The real Mark Zuckerberg turns to his assistant robot. We now have the data we need to begin phase 2. Mark Zuckerberg laughs out once again. Let's begin. A Little Mirror of the Moon, written by Maleficent Box 7938. Toby was the best at pretending, riding our steeds with their handlebar streamers out to the woods. He would do the old cowpoke voice, tucking his thumb into a gun belt that wasn't there. He sighted down an imaginary barrel when we would duel at high lunch. If I won, he would drop right to the floor, spread eagle, and hold his breath for the longest time. Then he would laugh and laugh and laugh, and he'd call me a yellow belly, and we'd canter in our sneakers off through the woods. As astronauts, Toby seemed to float right off his toes with each moonstride, while I stumbled along behind. And his ray gun sounds would send shivers down the alien spines if they had one. Playing spy sometimes, I wouldn't see Toby for days, even at school. I'd sit alone at lunch, watching over my shoulder for the other agent, but Toby was too good at pretending and taking a sip from my paper cup. I'd realized that my lemonade had been changed for fizzy water. I'd cough and sputter on the poison, my head hitting the table, and Toby would finally turn up from his hiding place and laugh as I tried to stay still just like he could. But Toby's best pretend was in the summer holidays. We spent most of our hazy days in the woods, leaping over ale barrel logs, ducking beneath the rigging of low-hanging branches. Slick and stinking with sweat, we hid around cargo crate tree stumps and fought with saber sticks all the way up to the crow's nest, a cliff overlooking our little hometown, its toes lapped by a swift river below. I was the heroic young sailor, avenging my father, who was made to walk the plank by Toby's dreaded Captain Bilgewater. He swaggered and cussed and sang Molly Malone. We fought with finesse, sabers flashing with attacks and feints. I fell, and he raised his blade above his head, ready to finish the hero with an evil grin across his face. Toby was great at pretending, so when I kicked his leg from under him, he screamed and fell. Just like in the comics, in the movies, in our favorite bedtime stories, the pirate captain was vanquished, falling from the crow's nest to the shark-infested sea below. I looked over the cliff edge, down at the distant river, and saw the splash of the rock Toby must have dropped. It was a great effect. I laughed and began to look for him, but Toby was the best at pretending. He wasn't likely to let me find him. I rode home that night, the hero returning victorious, and waited for Toby to start our next game. So devious was his plan that Toby didn't go home that night. He didn't come to play the next day. He hid. And the longer he stayed away, the more convinced I was that the dreaded Captain Bilgewater would be back to take revenge at any moment. Toby's mom came to visit. I told her about the game, of course, and that Kobe would be back. I told her how good he was at pretending, but she cried and hung on to me until my mom pulled me away. And still, Toby played the game. At his funeral, I wasn't stupid enough to look at the coffin. Toby wasn't there. He'd be behind one of the graveyard's trees, giggling at his genius and plotting his return with a flourish. But he was so good at pretending, so smart that I couldn't spot him. Toby took it too far. He didn't come to school the first day of the new year, and missed the assembly about him where teachers cried and students cried, and I didn't. People looked at me funny, but I couldn't cry because I knew the truth. Toby would reveal himself any day now, and then they'd all look stupid. He wasn't fooling me. And he did come back, just like I knew he would. When the first stone hit my bedroom window, I barely heard it through the covers pulled up over my ear. but it was enough to make me look up for when the second one hit. A soft tap on the glass, and then a third. I crept over to the window, rubbing sand from my eyes, and peered down at the midnight garden. Toby stood there, looking up, his face a little mirror of the moon. Toby was the best at pretending. His clothes were sodden and torn, his hair slick as if he'd just come through a rainstorm. He waved at me, astronaut slow. When he smiled, it has his villain smile. And when he walked into the bushes at the edge of the garden, it was so slowly, so softly, that I knew he was playing a new character, a new game, one that I didn't know. I told Mom the next day that I'd seen him, and she knelt in front of me looking right down deep into my eyes before hugging me. People never believed how good a pretender Toby was, but I was his best friend. I knew. I'd seen him be a cowboy, an astronaut, a pirate, and more. Toby didn't bother with rocks that night. I woke to the sound of whispers beyond the window and saw Toby sat there on the sill beyond the glass, his face a little mirror of the moon. Alive, alive, ooh, alive, alive, ooh. Toby was pretending, I knew, but still a shiver ran through me. I don't like this game, I told him. Can we be pirates again? Only one way to change the game, he said in the perfect gurgling whisper made distinct by the window. Come to the cliff. Play one last time. I woke in the morning with my head on the sill, sun on my face, and a crick in my neck. Mom watched me eat my breakfast, pack my bag, head to school, stern worry on her face at the son who hadn't slept. I didn't go to school, ignoring the bus and the bell that rang out over the houses to call the other kids. I veered off towards the woods. I went up by the bike track where our horses chased runaway trains, through the alien undergrowth of another world, between the swing leaf-topped masts, and up the grassy plank to Captain Bilgewater's deck. I scrambled up the gravelly rigging and stood in the crow's nest, looking down on the river, and thought of the places I might sail to beyond the 7 suburbs below. But all those games were done with now, and I still didn't know what this new one was. I didn't know where I should be imagining, what character I had to play. So I sat on the cliff, listening to the river and the sounds of the forest, and waited for Toby to come and play. On the bridge came the bells of the school day, one after another, until the day was done. The sun sank into the rooftops, and the darkness that hid in the forest crept its fingers up the hill to the cliff. Alive, alive, ooh, alive, alive, ooh. I leapt high enough to scrape the sky. Shiver me tenders, Captain. You gave me a fright. I laughed, and it came out in a shudder. No captain, no cowpokes, no heroes, no villains, he said, stepping up beside me as night took hold of the town below. No pretending this time. It's just you and me. Is that what you meant? You're tired of our games? I said. I felt the weight of my lost tug down on my heart. And something else, a release. perhaps relief. "Come up here with me," Toby gurgled. This game was different than any before. No chasing, no leaping, no fighting, no fun. Still, I stood up beside him, realizing that Toby was just a little shorter than me now. He hadn't grown an inch while hiding this summer. We looked out as the stars turned on both above and below. "It's just like flying," he said. "See, the skies are the same. You can fly all the way to the bottom. Put out your arms. Feel the wind." I did. "Let it carry you over." I leaned right forward, with the night breeze at my back, and felt the tug of the dark on my sleeves. A frosty hand at the small of my back, where the sweat pooled, pushed me onto my toes. The river loomed below, marked out by moonlight, and its roars seemed to come up to greet me. My stomach dropped. The twinkling town below did a barrel roll in my vision. I stepped back. I don't want to play. This isn't fun." "Games let you pretend at being brave," Toby whispered from over my shoulder. "Now's the time to show what you've learned. Step forward." In a shuddery voice, I showed what he wanted to see, what I'd learned. I knew when to stand up to the villain. "No." Toby hissed in my ear and the wind blew a gale. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I fell to the ground. Toby's fat, soggy fingers ice cold around my ankle. Toby stepped out over the cliff's moonlit edge, as if the hungry void wasn't there at all, dragging me along behind. My shirt rode up, gravel scraping my skin raw as I slid. But I kicked and I screamed, fought harder than ever before. "I don't want to play. Leave me alone." And all at once, Toby's wet fingers slipped, taking my sneaker with him. He disappeared over the cliff's edge for the second time, vanished, and I laid alone on the cliff, stars twinkling above and below. Walking home in the dark, in one sock and one shoe, one hand pressed to the stinging grazes on my side. I was greeted by angry worry at the door. I knew the games were over as I laid in bed that night. Everything was wrong. The hero, though victorious, felt cold and lost. The villain, though banished, had no final word, leaving only a lingering shiver. And that place on the cliff, overlooking our little hometown, was hard to imagine as anywhere else again. We found a ghost in a military base, written by Vazanth. When the first quarantine took place, we were searching for a new quiet place to hang out because Greek government didn't allow people to go outside after 9 p.m. due to Corona. And also offenders were being fined 150 euros. Anyways, after a lot of searching, we found an abandoned military base and decided to explore it. There was a lot of ruined buildings, but the one that got our interest was massive with 3 floors. The military base was pretty huge and no one was there and haven't been in years. When we got in, a terrible smell was in the atmosphere, so bad that you almost couldn't breathe. We thought that it was a dead rat or something, I don't know. So, we kept moving. While going upstairs, I heard someone whistle. It's in my head, I thought. After a couple of minutes, I heard the whistle again, only this time, my friend heard it too. What was that? They said. I don't know, maybe it was the wind or something. Whistle 3 came this time. The noise was coming from the room next to us, so we decided to check it out. It was around 2 a.m. and we couldn't see much, so we turned on our phone flashes. We saw someone at the end of the room that was staring at a wall. It appeared to be an old lady with a long black dress, only we couldn't see her face because she was facing the opposite direction. We ran for our lives and never went to that building again. Time went by and we all agreed that what we saw was completely in our fantasy, and we made it up in our heads. At least, that's what we wanted to think. Yesterday, I entered the military base at 12:30 p.m. after 3 years of this incident. Me and my friends were barbecuing on a bonfire we made, and we were having fun. There was 3 of the 5 people that we experienced the incident with. We decided to bring it up to the others as a joke so we can scare them. Of course, they didn't believe us, but right after the conversation ended, we saw an old lady wearing a black dress who was just casually walking in the military base, alone. And yeah, it seemed that she was coming from the 3rd floor building. Oh well, I'm not going back in there, I swear. I don't think that was my friend, written by Lux Oof YT. It was a chilly Saturday night. Me and my friend were on our way home from a party, and as he hated walking home in the dark, I had offered to walk him home. As we were walking, I started to notice how irregular he seemed. He was constantly fiddling and his eyes were darting from side to side. He was sweating a lot too, which was strange given the temperature that night. Hey, Kyle? He said abruptly, crackling the silence like a fragile piece of glass. I replied. What's up? Is it okay if we take a break nearby those bushes? I kinda need to take a piss right now. All right, be quick though. It's getting way darker out now, I replied, shivering in my breaths. It was getting even colder and darker out, and I was already imagining how toasty and warm I would be when I finally curled up in bed. We stopped nearby the bushes and he urgently retreated behind them. He must have drank something dodgy at the party, or maybe just something he wasn't used to. I stared at my watch. 12:47 a.m. It was getting late. What the hell was taking him so long? Kev, you okay back there? No reply. Kev, I swear to God, man, you better not be effing with me right now, I shouted. Yet still, no reply, just silence. I pulled out my phone and called his number. It rang, yet wasn't picked up. I put my phone away and pulled back some leaves that were blocking my view behind the bushes. Kev? No sign of him. I pushed myself through the leaves and searched around calling his name, yet no one replied. My brain kicked into panic mode. What if he got kidnapped? Or if he wandered off? He looked drunk as hell and seemed like he wouldn't be able to walk very far. Even so, why would he venture so deep into the woods? especially in the dark. He hates the dark. So why would he... I couldn't even stop to think as a blood-curdling scream broke out from the trees just further beyond the bushes. It sounded exactly like Kev. "Kev, where are you?" I shouted as I approached the trees. "Kev, are you okay?" I was cut off by the sound of my phone ringing. I pulled open my pocket and reached inside. Kev was calling me. "Hey, what's going on, dude?" Kev answered as I picked up the phone. He sounded tired and calm, no way near drunk or frightened. "Kev, what the F? Why did you run away from me like that?" I replied. Why the F would he have ran away from me like that? He scared the ever-living shit out of me. "What are you on about, Kyle? I've been at home all day, remember? I was ill, so I rejected the party invite. Did you have too much to drink or something?" he replied. But you were just there. I was just walking with you." "Kyle, are you sure you didn't drink too much?" he replied. He sounded more awake and concerned now. "No, only had a couple of drinks. I could have swore you were just with me right now." "Kyle, you need to listen to me right now. I wasn't at the party. I don't know who you walked home with, but it wasn't me. Please, just leave that area and try to go home. I don't like the sound of this." "Are you sure, Kev? Kev?" Rats. My phone had run out of battery. I knew I shouldn't have kept the torch mode on the entire time. I turned to leave when I saw the silhouette of a human figure against the light emanating from a nearby house. It was just standing there, watching me. "Hello?" I shouted. "Are you all right?" Silence. It continued to stand there. I took a few steps back towards the bushes that I originally came from. "Kyle," it said. I stood still, my heart sinking. It sounded exactly like Kyle, but it couldn't be. Kev was at home. "Are you sure you didn't drink too much?" it mimicked. I stood there paralyzed in fear. "Kev?" Suddenly it straightened up and screamed in the same pitch of the blood-curdling scream I had heard before. And then it ran away, deeper into the woods. I ran the opposite way, tearing through the bushes and ripping through the streets, all the way home. All I can say is, I don't think that was my friend. The Cabin, written by Travel Team 69. The wind howled outside, rattling the window and causing the old wooden door to creak on its hinges. Inside the small cabin, Sarah huddled beneath a blanket, her heart pounding with fear. She had been hiking in the woods when the storm had hit, and had stumbled upon this cabin, just as the rain had started to pour down. At first, she had been relieved to find shelter from the storm. But now, as the wind continued to howl and the thunder boomed overhead, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone. She had heard strange noises coming from outside the cabin, and every time she tried to peek out the window, she saw only darkness and rain. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. Sarah jumped, her heart racing even faster. She could hear the sound of heavy breathing on the other side of the door, and for a moment, she was frozen in terror. But then, She realized that she couldn't just sit there and wait for whatever was outside to come in. She had to do something. Slowly, she crept across the room and peeked through the peephole in the door. What she saw made her blood run cold. There was a figure standing outside, shrouded in a long black cloak. Its face was hidden in the shadows, but Sarah could feel its eyes boring into her. She backed away from the door, her mind racing. Should she try to escape through the back door? Should she call for help? But there was no phone in the cabin, and her cell phone had no signal. Suddenly, the banging on the door started up again, even louder this time. Sarah could hear the sound of wood splintering and knew that the figure outside was trying to break in. She looked around the room, desperate for some kind of weapon, but there was nothing. No knife, no baseball bat, not even a fireplace poker. As the door started to give way, Sarah felt a wave of panic wash over her. This was it. She was going to die here, alone in this cabin, at the mercy of some unknown horror. But then, just as the door was about to burst open, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In that moment, Sarah caught a glimpse of the figure outside, and she realized with a shock of relief that it was just a coat rack knocked over by the wind and rain. She laughed in relief, realizing that she had been terrified by her own imagination. But then, as she settled back onto the couch, she heard a sound coming from the back of the cabin, and this time, she knew it was real. The Last Will and Testament of Bill Opie, written by Lithium Toxicity. This video recording was made by me, William Opie, and it is to be my final will regarding my estate. My lawyer, Philip Gill, is currently present as my witness. John, Simon, and Bailey, my children. I trust Philip has brought you all to my office as I instructed him, and you are now watching this video. You're all probably waiting eagerly to find out how much money you'll be getting from my estate. I suspect you've been longing for this day for some time now. Unfortunately, my children, I will not be giving you anything, but rather, I will be taking something from you today. You see, three of the greatest mistakes in my life were having you 3 kids. Sure, with each new birth, I was hopeful of having a wonderful child who'd enrich our lives. But you all turned out to be a terrible lot. You are unkind, greedy, ungrateful, rude, and generally vicious people. For many decades, you tormented your mother Kim and I so much that we always dreaded seeing you. Your abuses didn't end even in our old years, and I am quite convinced that it was you who sent Kim to her early grave. At the moment, you must be wondering what it is that I'm going to take from you. Well, I'm taking no more than what I gave before. Today, I'm taking your lives. Your lives that came from my flesh. Your lives that took much of mine. You will have noticed Philip's office is located quite far from the city. You probably drove a couple of hours to get there. That is not his office. Rather, it is a converted farmhouse which I bought a while ago for the purpose of carrying out this will, and the room you were led to is an underground chamber beneath that house. The man you met at the office is not Philip, but just a hired hand. Look around. He's not there anymore, is he? No. He doesn't know what is about to happen and will never know. You will also notice the room you're in has no access except for the one door behind you, which, as you will have guessed, is now bolted shut. It is a reinforced steel door, so forget about trying to break it. That office you are in is a living tomb I built for you, my children. You will die there in days to come. Don't think someone might find you because everything above that dungeon is being erased as I speak, including any evidence of you having been there. I imagine what's coming to you will be quite unpleasant, since you have no water or food. You'll most likely die of thirst. On Kim's deathbed, I told her that I will set everything right. Now I have done so. So I shall die happily. Goodbye, my children. They came for us in the blizzard. Only a few of us survived. Written by 111 More Nightmare. I still remember the blizzard in Willow Creek Trailer Park. I was one of the residents who had grown accustomed to the harsh winters of this remote mountain town. But that year, the blizzard was unlike any storm we had ever experienced. It was colder, fiercer, and it brought something with it. Something evil. The blizzard was unrelenting, with no signs of stopping. The wind and snow were so fierce that it was impossible to see more than 50 meters, probably less. Even the strongest of the residents were struggling to cope with the extreme cold. The temperature had plummeted to dangerous levels, and our trailers were not built to handle such extreme weather. We rugged up as much as we could and hoped it would be over soon. But after 5 days, the blizzard had not died down. If anything, things seemed worse. It soon became apparent that we were ill prepared for such a prolonged storm. Our food and water supplies were running low, and we were forced to ration what little we had left. Some of those in the neighboring trailers had already run out of food a day or two ago, and I, along with some of the other residents, had shared some of the little we had. To make matters worse, the blizzard had knocked out power and communication lines, and we were completely cut off from the outside world. The trailer park generators were old, but well maintained. They should be able to get us through this, I thought to myself, as I and some others worked on firing them up. It was a frightening feeling, though, knowing that we were alone and isolated. The park's next neighbor was only 2 kilometers away, but in this blizzard, a few of us had decided to meet in Tony's trailer, which was one of the larger ones, to discuss what we should do if the blizzard continued at this rate. I think I'm gonna have to make it to town. Ain't no one coming to us, Tony said, not even trying to hide his anger at the authorities for seemingly abandoning us. Don't be stupid. You won't even make it to the park's front gate in this, Margaret, Tony's neighbor, had replied. Tony took a sip of his hot tea, thinking up a reply while the wind and snow battered the side of the trailer. She's right, Tones. Hell, I live 20 meters from your trailer, and I almost got turned around out there. Snow's too deep to drive, and you can't see the tip of your nose in that, Mike added. Tony grunted, more in annoyance than agreement, but didn't say any more. We spent the next few hours together, drinking hot tea and coffee, and playing board games. We agreed that we would help each other out, and the others in the trailer park, as much as we could. No one wanted to talk about what would happen if this blizzard didn't die down soon, but I'm sure we were all thinking about it. "I think I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for the tea," I said as I started buttoning up the top buttons on my jacket. "Yeah, us too," Margaret said, standing up in unison with her husband John. With that, Mike, Sue, and Phil also stood to leave, nodding and thanking Tony for having them over. Then, Tony's generator cut out. Sue emitted a small shriek of fear as the trailer was suddenly engulfed in thick darkness. Just as I reached the door, the power went out, and I could see through the small window the lights in the neighboring trailers flickering out one by one in the midst of the blizzard, like blown-out candles. The outside was nearly pitch black, and the inside somehow even darker. After a minute or so, a faint glow illuminated the interior of Tony's trailer home as a few of the guests pulled out their mobile phones and switched on their flashlight. The light created flickering shadows around the room and failed to fully penetrate the corners, but it was still a relief nonetheless. Mike, who was the next closest to the door, started to move towards the door and reached for the handle. "No, don't," I said quickly, grabbing his arm and pulling it away. "Hey, what the?" he started to say, but stopped himself as he watched me lock the door and put my fingers to my lips. "Something's not right," I whispered. "All the generators can't just cut out like that. We need to be quiet and listen." We all stood there in silence, listening to the howling wind outside and the creaking of the trailer. It was then that we heard a faint tapping on the window. We all turned to look, but it was too dark to see anything outside. "Is anyone out there?" Margaret called out, her voice trembling. I spun my head to look at Margaret, and in the dimly lit room, I saw the blood drain out of her face, eyes wide in terror. Something had mimicked her voice perfectly. We stood frozen in place, not making a sound. "Is anyone out there?" Margaret's voice again, from outside the trailer. Margaret made a whimpering sound and collapsed into John's arms as her legs turned to jelly. "Is there anyone out there?" This time the voice had dropped pitch. It was still her voice, but sounded more menacing. "Is there anyone out there?" Bang! We all jumped in fright as something slammed against the door. Bang! This time the door buckled a little. Now more knocking and tapping all around us, every window, every wall. Bang! A third loud hit against the door. Tony whispered urgently, "We need to barricade the door. Quick, find anything you can to block it." We sprang into action, grabbing whatever we could find. Chairs, tables, even the board games we had been playing earlier. We worked frantically, our hearts racing with fear, as the banging on the door grew louder and more insistent. Finally, we had piled enough furniture against the door to make it difficult for anything to get through. Tony quickly gestured for us to move to the back of the trailer away from the door. We stumbled over each other in the darkness, trying to get to the back of the trailer as quietly as possible. The tapping and banging on the door, window, and walls continued, growing more frantic by the second. We could hear other sounds now, too, low, guttural growls and snarls that seemed to be coming from multiple sources. We huddled in the darkness, listening to the sounds outside, afraid to move or make a sound. Then, suddenly, it stopped. It was peaceful outside, except for the sound of the blizzard. As we listened, we could hear the distant sound of other voices, those of our neighbors. We cautiously approached the windows and peered outside. Despite the rapidly falling snow, we could observe shadowy figures near the adjacent trailers, contorting in unnatural ways. With their jerky movements and hunched postures, they beckoned to our neighbors. "No, don't open the doors," I heard myself whisper as I watched in horror as they did exactly that. Through the darkness and the snow, we watched in horror as the figures ripped the doors open and dived into the trailers, amidst screams of terror. "No," I heard Margaret whimper, as we were left to sit helplessly and listen to the deafening screams of men, women, and children, echoing out around the trailer park. This was the longest night of my life. I can't say for certain when the final scream was heard, maybe around 3 or 4 in the morning. Overcome with terror, sadness, and exhaustion, we dozed in and out of sleep. One by one, we woke up to an unusual stillness that had been absent for a week. The blizzard had finally subsided, and the sun was peering through the last of the clouds. We took our time, but eventually made our way to the windows. Looking outside, we saw the park and all the trailers blanketed in layers of snow, and our neighbors standing in the snow, staring at our trailer. Their faces contorted into a sinister, unnerving grin that betrayed a hunger rather than happiness. We fled the trailer park, certain they would chase us down. They who had replaced our neighbors, but they didn't. They just watched us flee, standing in the snow, with the terrifying grin plastered on their faces. We never returned to the trailer park. We abandoned the little we owned, and now all have a share unit 2 towns over. It is still too close for me. The local news never reported on the events of that week, at least not what happened to the residents of the trailer park. But the Weather Channel warns that another blizzard, possibly more severe than the last one, is on its way. We have stocked up on enough supplies to last us a month, even longer if needed. If you find yourself in the area when the storm hits, I urge you to do the same. And don't open the doors for anyone, especially not you. The Angel of the Deep, written by Bill Dungs. When the scratches and tugging came, she barely remembered the before times. In fact, she barely remembered her own existence. Cast into the ocean untold millennia ago in her stone sarcophagus, the long-forgotten crime that had earned her such a punishment must have been severe to justify this. The gift? No. The curse of unending life had been bestowed upon her. Though her prosecutors believed they had sealed her fate, they had in fact ensured her salvation. In the first days of her cruel exile, she had slowly used up the stale air in her smooth-walled tomb. Unable to suffocate, her shallow, quick, and labored breaths became more and more futile. The pain and the panic lasted for weeks, but she was strong, and eventually her body learned that it had no need for air. For some unseen fault, water had begun to force its way into her prison. At first, it was welcome, cool, and new. She tried to drink the seawater, but her body rejected it. Despite her unquenchable thirst, she retched, and the salty water was expelled. As time passed, the water forced what little air was left into one small corner of her tomb. For what felt like weeks, she kept the water from her lungs, but she couldn't hold out forever. First, it filled her nose, and she involuntarily snorted it out. Then her reflexive need to breathe came back, and the stinging ocean filled her lungs. She writhed and convulsed, but after several days, this too she adapted to. She remained in her sarcophagus for what must have been centuries before she noticed the silt and sand slowly invading her space. She did not know where it entered, but she knew there must be some crack opening in the darkness. She felt the walls around her for what could have been years or seconds. Time had become irrelevant. She found no crack, no purchase for her waterlogged fingers. The silt slowly filled her space, immobilizing her unchanging body. As the centuries passed, it filled her mouth, nose, and throat, hardening and making her as much a part her box as a resident of it. She no longer thought. She no longer knew her individuality. She only knew pain and unending thirst. When the scratches came, she didn't process what could be happening. In the early days of her intermittent, she had heard noises in the deep, but those had long since ended. Her burial so complete that no creature disturbed her. Suddenly, she felt a tug. She had forgotten the feeling of movement. With smooth, swift motion, she felt the depths falling away beneath her. The old, familiar pressure began to lessen, but with the blanket of pressure lifted from her came pain. Her veins felt as if on fire, and her heart, which had long since forgotten to drum out, began to spasm. She felt a thud as her sarcophagus seemed to be dropped upon something hard. As a brief but suspenseful pause, she felt the popping of stone as her cover was peeled off. Unknown hands began peeling the muck from above her, but recoiled with fear as they exposed her bare shoulder. She heard hushed discussions in a foreign tongue. With more confidence, the hands began peeling back the hardened silt from her face. One eye exposed, she tried to gaze upon them, but the oppressive burning sun forced her eye closed. She determined that she was on a mighty ship, but one unlike the one that had cast her into the sea before. She could feel her pale skin, where it had been exposed, burning in the light. She wished to be returned to the deep. After some urgent and hushed speech from the men, they obliged her. She plunged below the waves, still in her tomb, but now partially exposed. She watched as the light above her faded. The rush of passing water began to free her from the solidified silt holding her in. She had forgotten how to move, being frozen in place for so long, but she relearned quickly. With movement, old feelings and emotions came flooding back. Anger, though she knew not at who, and thirst, though she knew not for what. With her newly freed fingers, she began digging the muck from her mouth, frozen open in an internal scream. She worked her jaw and pressed with her tongue, removing the long-set silt. She broke free from her tomb, slowing her descent as the stone sarcophagus fell away below her. With time, she reached the sandy bottom and finished removing the caked-on grime from her body. The burning sun had awoken in her a memory of when the sun was warm and restorative. She tried to return to the surface, but she could only carry herself up a short distance before she sank again to the bottom. She searched for the tomb, feeling her way along the bottom, but her hunt was futile. Even if she could return to her prison, she would find no rest without the lid, which had been left behind on the ship that had raised her from the depths. She began to shuffle along the sea floor, searching for she knew not what. The complete darkness did not bother her. She was used to darkness, with a vast open space that held unknown terrors. Despite the pain she had experienced for millennia, she still felt fear. She knew from experience that there was no escape from fear, so she shuffled on. Eventually, she felt the sea floor begin to slope upwards, and after some time, she detected light peeking through from above. The light did not last. It came and went many times as she shuffled up the slope. With each new arrival, though it gained in intensity until her vision was fully restored. She preferred the dark. As the light gained in intensity, she learned to hide from it. It did not burn her skin as it had when she was on the ship, but she still feared its power. She buried herself in sand and waited for the oppressive brightness to subside. Eventually, she reached the coast and rose from the ocean under faint moonlight. She expelled the water from her lungs and sinuses with a sputter and took a deep breath of air. She no longer felt the desire to breathe, but she enjoyed the sensation nonetheless. Looking down, she observed the reflection of the moon in the water. She looked for her visage with no face gazed back, only the night sky. She saw a pier further along the coast and went to investigate. She knew that, with the rising of an unkind sun, she would have to hide herself. Under the pier, she found a man alone sipping from a bottle. She seized it from him and tried to quench her unending thirst that only seemed to be intensifying. Her body rejected the swill just as it had the seawater. The man gazed up at her, and she saw in his eyes the old familiar hunger that all men felt around her. She realized her nakedness and knew what she must do. She leaned down, grabbed his face, and pulled him close. She could smell his stench, but not fear, only desire. She tasted the salt on his neck, and he moaned faintly. Then she sunk her teeth deep into his neck. He struggled to escape, but she was too strong. And as she sucked the life blood from his neck, her strength grew and his waned. She released his lifeless body and stood. She remembered now why she was exiled to her watery tomb. The ancient curse put upon her was not, after all, a curse. She had made a deal. In exchange for everlasting beauty, she would host the demon within her that must drink the blood of men, and the strength of the demon was returning with its first taste of blood. She had been interred of her own free will to protect the world from her power. Now that she had returned, she realized the futility of her previous decision. She would never be trapped for eternity. She would always return. Escape the room before they come. Written by Waiting for Mid-Moon. My vision was distorted at first. I was in a room, a bedroom, unfamiliar and frightening. The floorboards creaked with terrifying effect. The room was practically empty, barring the old and rusted bed with a heavily soiled mattress on top. Maybe it wasn't rust. Maybe it was blood. One thing's for sure, this room was designed for nightmares. There was just one window and one door. I pushed down on the handle and rattled back and forth. Damn it. Locked. We have to find a key, said a familiar voice from the corner of the room. Start looking. It was my friend Tony, who was now kneeling on the dust-filled floor and frantically searching under the bed. Anything? I asked. No, there's nothing here. He stood back up and looked around. He knew this place better than I did. But you've been here before, right? I asked. Yeah, but it changes place every time, so I never know where to look. So, you need to help me, before we run out of time and they show up. Shit, sorry. It's a lot creepier than I imagined. Yeah. Just come on, find the key. We ripped up floorboards until our fingers seemed to bleed, but we tore away at the mattress until there was nothing but shreds. But nothing. Okay, the last place to try, said Tony, is the window, but it's dangerous. Why? It allows them to get in the house faster. How much faster? Immediately. I walked quite briskly towards the window. Dude, wait. We're not prepared. I was at the window staring out, my fingers lightly resting on the latch. I think I can see them. Shit. Oh shit. Dude, I can see them. They're coming. In my frantic moment, I accidentally knocked the window latch, causing it to fly wide open. Ting. A small metal object dropped to the floor between my feet. Oh, the key, I shouted. Yes, come on, quick, Tony shouted back. We need to get downstairs. I could hear them bashing down the doors as I put the key in the lock. I could hear them breaking windows and scuttling around the house. Clunk. The door finally unlocked. We could hear them coming up the stairs, and Tony gulped hard. Oh, it's too late. They're here. There was a moment of silence before they burst through the door. There were hundreds of them, a constant stream of the undead, all with melted skin and a strong taste for human flesh. They got Tony instantly. His blood splattered and sprayed across the room with every bite. When they'd finished, his body disappeared, and the diseased undead were now all facing me. Trapped in the corner of the room, with no weapons and no Tony, I took the easy way out. I pressed the button and took off my headset. "What the hell, dude?" said Tony, who was sat next to me on the couch. "Okay, let's go again, but this time, don't punk out and exit the game." The Sermon, written by Adamonzius. Father Elwood stood at the pulpit before his congregation, gazing upon the packed pews spread on either side of the church. The priest, old and frail, was delighted at the sight. His memory was not what it used to be, and even if it didn't mean much, he couldn't recall a Sunday Mass this popular. Setting his Bible to the side, he decided that simply reciting the Holy Book would not suffice for such an exceptional audience. Instead, the priest decided to speak from his heart. As he began the sermon, he looked closer at the congregation. As usual, he saw the familiar faces of those who attended Mass regularly. There were some people in the back rows with vaguely familiar features, like old friends from long ago. Straight down, sitting in the front rows, were his children and their families. Father Elwood sparked with joy, having the opportunity to preach to his family once again. They had recently come to visit, grandkids in tow, and now seeing them all attending Mass warmed the old man's heart. Through the sermon, the right passages of Scripture flowed through him without thought, and his words came out tender and grateful. Concluding his speech, Father Elwood felt proud and joyous. After the congregation repeated the last amen, they slowly started to get up from the pews. Father Elwood looked at the people before him, who shared not his joy, instead seeming solemn and serious. As the crowd started leaving the church, he pondered upon his sermon. Had he been too worldly? Perhaps he'd taken too many liberties in the topics he'd chosen. The more he thought about it, the more the situation mystified him. The congregation had moved outside the church now, except for a few men. They started to walk towards Father Elwood, but as he greeted them, they gave no reply. Instead, they walked right past him, without giving so much as a look. Frustrated, the priest turned to confront the men, to ask if he'd offended them in some way. When he turned, he saw the men gathered around a coffin. The priest took a hasty step towards them, and in the decorated wooden casket, tucked between teal-colored silk sheets, was his body dressed in a black suit. The men stood in silence, and they all stared at the corpse of Father Elwood, including the priest himself. A man took a step towards the coffin, whom Father Elwood recognized as his brother. He hadn't seen him in years. His face had changed through the years, but oh, how it was still so familiar to his heart. The brother put his hands on the thick door of the coffin and lowered it, latching it shut. Father Elwood saw only darkness, and then he was no more. The night I found out that one of my father's scary bedtime stories was real, written by Apprehensive Oil 914. My father was the best storyteller. Every single night growing up, I'd lie in bed awaiting my father to come in and tell me a bedtime story. His stories were incredible. To this day, I'm not entirely sure where he came up with most of his ideas. It seemed like almost every other night, he'd have an entirely new story for me. He would tell me about courageous yet flawed warriors seeking retribution, for a heinous crime done to them. He'd speak of mythical worlds that I could only barely comprehend. There would be stories of true love, failure, victory, and honor. I'd lay there, hanging on to every word as he regaled me with each tale. Eventually, my fatigue would grow too great, and my mind would slip off into a deep, deep sleep. One day, when my father came in to tell me yet another story, I asked him if he could make this one a scary story. He paused for a moment, giving me both a look of surprise and thoughtfulness. Out of all the stories he had told me, none of them had been particularly scary. They were more thrilling and action-packed. He sat there staring out of my window for a few seconds before turning and smiling at me. Then he began to speak. "Those woods right outside your window," he said. I glanced over to the window and saw the faint trees swaying in the moonlight. I nodded in response. He looked over his shoulder for a moment, as if he were about to tell me a dangerous secret. "There's something in those woods," he continued. When he said this, I felt a chill drift into my room, though it was probably just in my head, to be honest. He continued, "Every 7 years, it emerges from the deeper reaches of the woods. It prowls around, crawling on all fours. It searches, it hunts. Its body is like a man's, but longer. Its arms and legs stretching out at odd angles. Its skin is like coal, which makes it difficult to spot during the night. Its head long and narrow, but the most unsettling feature this creature has is its eyes. It has multiple eyes all over its head, like a spider. It uses its multiple eyes to spot its prey in the dark. It creeps around through the night until it finds an unsuspecting victim, usually a drifter or someone unlucky enough to be outside during that time. Sometimes, when it has difficulty finding prey, it will venture into residential areas and search for unlocked windows. If it finds one, it will crawl inside of the house and grab the nearest person it can find. It will drag them back outside and into the dark woods, where it keeps them for 7 years, feeding off of them until it's time to reemerge and hunt once again." I could feel my hands beginning to tremble slightly as I gripped my blanket next to me. My father, taking note of this, smiled down at me and told me not to worry. He said that as long as I kept my window locked, I would be safe. He stood up from my bed and walked over to my window. He just stared out of it for a few seconds before checking to make sure it was locked. Just as he was about to shut off my bedroom light and close my door, I asked him if he had ever seen this thing before. He paused for a few moments before a reassuring look crept onto his face. He didn't answer me. He just wished me a good night and shut my door behind him. I remember lying awake for most of that night, staring at my window, wondering if I would see that face my father described. A face with multiple eyes staring back at me. Eventually, my eyelids shut and I fell asleep. While I slept, I dreamt that a shadowy figure was chasing me. I ran as hard as my legs could carry me, but it was like I was running on a sheet of ice. It wrapped its arms around my legs and began dragging me through the grass. It was pulling me closer and closer to the forest, which was now in the shape of a giant maw. I was screaming, but I could hear no sound coming from my mouth. Then, just as I crossed the threshold, I was jolted awake and I sat up in my bed, screaming. It only took a few seconds for me to realize my room had been brightened by the light outside. I felt a weight lift off my chest as I finally calmed down. Since that night, despite my father telling me new stories every day, I couldn't help but think about the creature in the woods every time he'd leave my room. Thankfully, the nightmares didn't last very long, and over time, the story faded from my mind entirely. A few years later, my father passed away. He had developed cancer, and after months of battling it, the cancer selfishly won. That year was a dark time for my family. However, with the support of my family and friends, we all managed to pull through it. With each passing year, the grief lessened, but his memory still remained. Then, after another few years, during my senior year in high school, something happened. I had gotten home from school and saw that my mom had already left for work. She had been working frequently the last few years to make up for the low income. I offered to get a part-time job to help her out with the bills, but she told me that everything was fine. She said that we weren't in dire need of money, and that working helps her take her mind off of things. She also went on to say that I needed to focus on my schooling so I could get into college and, in turn, get a good job down the line. Although I understood her reasoning, it was still painful to see her working so much. Regardless, I walked into my bedroom and tossed my bag onto my bed. I pulled out some of my books and set them on the desk. Every half hour or so, I'd split my time between doing homework, studying, and watching TV. Before I knew it, the sky had darkened and it was bedtime. I shut off my TV, got changed, and crawled into bed. As I lay there, I found it difficult to fall asleep. My mind was restless, and despite my efforts, I couldn't seem to calm my thoughts. I cracked open one of my eyes and saw that the clock on my desk was nearing 2 a.m. By this time, that's when I heard something. A sound which pierced the silence of my room like a knife. It was a tap. A light yet sharp tap that echoed around me. My eyes instantly snapped open, and I looked over to my window. My blood nearly turned into ice in my veins. Memories of my father rushed into my mind. Memories of the stories he used to tell me. Memories of the thing that lives in the wood behind my house. Its face and body were obscuring most of my window, and if it weren't for the faint bit of moonlight outside, I probably wouldn't have seen it. There was a bunch of movement across its face, like multiple insects crawling on it. Then, I realized that they weren't insects. They were eyelids. Eyelids opening and closing, looking around rapidly as I lay there in disbelief, wondering if I had fallen asleep and this was just a nightmare. Then, I watched as the shadowy limbs stretched out towards the base of my window. My mind stopped thinking about whether or not this was a nightmare, and instead, I wondered if I had recently locked my window. The sickening sound of the windowsill being broken as the glass began to slide up hit my ears. I think there's something seriously wrong with my son. Written by Apprehensive Oil 914. My son, James, was born 15 weeks early with stage 5 retinopathy of prematurity. This is a complicated way of saying that he was blind right from the very beginning. Complete blindness. He can't even detect light. The doctors had figured this out within a few days of his birth. They thought I might take it badly, but the truth is, I was so ecstatic with how the doctor began a sentence that it seemed like a very minor issue. Your son is going to be okay. But I wasn't concerned with the but, not in the slightest. Up until that point, it was questionable if James was going to survive at all. My son would live. He was breathing fine, all organs in working order. He would have a normal life, but he just couldn't see. I actually felt blessed. Blind people, of course, live long, productive lives, and most importantly, they live. I have to admit, I didn't know much about how to raise a blind child. I didn't do as much research as I should have. For example, I've been told that I should have positively discussed his blindness from the very beginning. I should have said things like, "Remember, James, because you can't see, you're gonna have to try things a little slower, okay?" I should have made him understand that he's missing a sense that most people have, but that it's okay. He can still find other ways to do things. I ignored the issue. I tried too hard to shelter him from it. I would think back to how delicate he looked the day he was born. So tiny, like he was barely clinging to life. How the doctors told me, "We'll try our best," that day. But I could see the doubt in their eyes. I was still just so happy James was with me that I couldn't bear telling him that he was different. Couldn't bear disappointing him. To explain that he's missing something very important. It's not that I kept James as a social recluse, locked up in his bedroom or anything crazy like that. We would always go out to parks and beaches. Family was always over and interacting with James. They knew not to discuss the blindness issue. However, as best as I could, I was trying to give James a normal childhood. James is now 5 years old, and just yesterday, after all this time, the issue was finally brought up. I thought I had done such a great job of sheltering him, of hiding his blindness from him. I thought he didn't know he was any different than most people. But then last night, just before his bedtime, James walked over and hugged me. I could tell he was very upset about something. He began sobbing into my shoulder. After a moment, I quietly asked him, "What's the matter, James?" He sniffled, then barely choked out, "It's Dad." He sniffled again, and then, in between sobs and tears, he said, "Am I ever going to be able to see?" I was taken completely aback. I hadn't ever even rehearsed in my head what to say in this situation. I had thought this talk would be at least a year away. I didn't know what to do. Stuck on my heels, I responded the only way I knew how at that point. Somehow, I had avoided for so long the truth. "No, James," I said. "The doctor says you will never be able to see." He cried in my arms for another minute or so, and then finally said, Can you take me to Baghdad?" I agreed to. I lay him in his bed and told him, "Wait here just a minute. I have something for you." I went to my bedroom and pulled out a present I had been waiting to give him. I went back into his bedroom and handed it over. "What is it?" he asked. It's a pendant, I told him. You wear it around your neck if you want. Here. Gently, I took his hand. Do you feel the bumps? What are they? Yes, it's called Braille. You'll be able to use it to read things and to count. Go on, feel them. What shape does it make? I don't know. He looked perplexed. It's the shape of a heart. It means that I love you very much, that there are many people who love you, so someone will always be here to help you and protect you. So, whenever you're sad, just hold on to the pendant and think of us, okay? He smiled. Also, I continued, there are lots and lots of people in the world who can't see, just like you. And there are plenty of people that learn, which make their lives easier and more comfortable. But things like Braille, you're going to start learning some of these new things right away, okay? When I left his room, he looked in my general direction. He said in a much more upbeat voice than before, Good night, Dad. Good night, James. I'll see you in the morning. I left his room, walked down the hall, and got into bed. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a couple tears stream down my face. James seemed fine when he got up this morning. He went about his day as usual. After breakfast, he was sitting on the couch, listening to his favorite shows. I went upstairs to his bedroom and went through my usual routine of making his bed, gathering his laundry, etc. And then, I noticed that the air vent cover seemed different, as though it had been taken off and hastily put back on. Had James been messing around at night? I decided to pull off the cover and look inside, and there it was, a brown case, approximately 8 by 12 inches. It was about 4 inches thick, with a small black handle on the top. There was also a strange foreign language written on it, one which I had never seen before. I took it out and opened it up. The first thing I noticed was the pendant. He had placed it in a box, maybe for safekeeping. I picked it up anyway and smiled. But then I noticed something else. I almost screamed at what I saw. I held my hand over my mouth. Shock was already setting in. I must have turned ghostly white. I could feel my skin crawl, the hairs on my arms and legs standing on end. It took me half a minute to realize the full extent of what I was looking at, of how impossible it was, let alone terrifying. A neatly drawn picture. It wasn't professionally made or anything like that, but done well enough that I could decipher what was happening. James was in it. It looked just like him. He was wearing the pendant that I had given him last night. One hand feeling the Braille heart on his pendant. In his other hand was a large knife. And on the ground was me. Clearly me. Sliced, covered in blood. Dead. Daddy? I heard from just outside the doorway. I quickly put the picture back in the box and then placed it in the air vent. Coming, James, I said loudly. I hadn't processed this yet. I had no idea what I thought about it. I tried to go about my day. James seemed no different than usual. I didn't bring the picture up, not yet anyway. But how could James draw it? The picture had far too much detail for someone who's been blind his whole life. The dead person on the ground looks just like me. and he's never even seen me before. He's never seen anything before. I remember watching James playing with his toys. Can he actually see? Is he just faking it? How is that possible? How could a 5-year-old who was born without sight somehow gain his vision back while continuing to fake his blindness? What would he have to gain by faking it? Needless to say, these thoughts plague my brain. There's something seriously wrong with my son. Barrel House, written by Norman Crane. Barrel House is burning. The hissing of the heat and the lapping of flames like tongues, licking at the floorboards and the walls, gargling hot stones in its hell throat. It has been on fire for as long as I can remember, but it never burns up or down or out or in any direction except the present. It is burning. Not everyone can see it burning. Those who cannot pass by Barrel House without a glance, as if it wasn't there. Only some see and stop and watch, like Mr. Wilson. They don't know if it was Mr. or Mrs. Barrow who started the fire. Maybe it was never proved. Once, if the fire ever stops, we'll know. We'll know for certain then who started Barrel House burning. There are proved methods, scientific methods, they say. Not that I would know about that. I only trust what I hear. Some people are afraid of Barrel House and do not come this way at all, or take roundabout routes to avoid the sight and smell, which drifts beyond the property line, besuiting the neighboring houses, which is why they are vacant. Who would want to live in such a place? They say Mr. Barrow was excellent at what he did, but was a terrible husband. They say that. Mrs. Barrow was inclined to corporal punishment. To this, I can personally attest. Mama, please. They say Barrel House was an unhappy house even prior to the setting of the fire. To this, I can personally attest. As I had told Mr. Wilson, I feel as if I am both young and old at the same time. Except the present. Remarkable, he says. Absolutely remarkable. Now, please tell us what else you may remember. Spare no detail. Anything you provide shall be of profound importance to us. Barrel House is burning, I say. It flickers in the night like a candle, and we are the wax. You had stated earlier that Barrel House was not a happy place, that Mrs. Barrow was inclined to corporal punishment. What may you tell us of Mr. Barrow? He was a good father. He was a good father, they say. I say, Mama, please. Tongues lash Barrel House like leather straps, mercilessly despite their howling, of wind whipping up the red-hot ash. Plumes and plumes. A house like this forever cannot stand. A house cannot. So, it was Mrs. Barrow, says Mr. Wilson. The great lumbers creak and crack. The furniture melts away waxen. Earwax drooling from its mouth. An open door. The very construction hisses, the smoke was a relief from the heat. Mama, please. Tell us. I remember now. Yes. That's why you started the fire. Because any more? Hughie, are you there? I made Mama gargle the hot stones. I made her do it. Her hair flamed in black skin. Hughie Barrow? Barrow House is burning, and Mr. Wilson talks to ghosts. That's what they say. That's what they say. I moved into a remote cabin in the woods. It might not have been the best decision. Written by Shella Dees. Work was too stressful, too demanding. I could feel myself breaking, and the sounds of the city became too much to bear. I was applying for online jobs left and right because I just couldn't deal with people anymore. I remember wishing I could get away from it all. My dad told me numerous times I could move back home, but in my mind, that felt too much like failure. One day, things seemed to suddenly align. I got an email from an internet company saying they'd love to have me as an online technician, seeing how I had experience. And I also got an email from one of the real estate websites I'd been on about a cabin for sale. It was 3 hours away, but it looked perfect. It was just me and my cat, Biscuits, and we didn't need a lot of space. It was 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and the owner only wanted $25,000. Maybe that should have been my sign, but I was desperate to get away. It was remote, but not so remote that you couldn't get internet or cable. It was also fully furnished. I called the number provided immediately. "Hello," the owner answered. Hi, are you the one with a cabin for sale?" I said eagerly. "Yes, this is Matt Whiteley. I'm selling the cabin. Do you want it?" he asked. At the time, I hadn't noticed the desperation in his voice. Yeah, I really do. How soon could I move in?" I asked. "As soon as you like. I'm not living there currently," he said. "Well, should we meet somewhere to sign paperwork or anything?" I asked. "Ma'am, you could bring all your things and move in now if you want. I'll meet you there with the paperwork as long as you've got the money," he said. I assumed I was the only one who'd called about the place, and that was why Matt was so ready to sell. But either way, I jumped on the deal. "I think I can have all my affairs in order and my things packed up by the end of the week. Is that all right?" I asked. "That's great. I'll see you Sunday then, miss." Well, I don't even know your name," he said. "It's Kelly Dumont," I replied. "Well, see you then, Miss Dumont," he replied before hanging up. The move wouldn't be hard. I had a 4Runner, so most of my things would fit in it. All of the furniture in my apartment came with, so I couldn't take it. But that wasn't an issue. I had gotten the email about the cabin Monday, so Tuesday I let my boss know I'd be quitting at the end of the week. He begged me to stay, said some things about how valuable I was, but I told him I couldn't handle the stress. The week flew by after that. Throughout the week, I packed things as I could. Early Sunday morning, I loaded the last few items I needed and Biscuits and his things in my car, and we hit the road. The trip was pleasant. I stopped twice for restroom breaks for biscuits and went through the drive-thru at McDonald's for myself around 11:30. By 12:30 p.m., I had reached the cabin. It was a good way off the road, and when I pulled up to it, who I assumed was Matt was waiting for me in a blue pickup truck. When he realized I was here, he got out and stood outside his truck. He was tall and lanky with sharp features, glasses, and sandy brown hair. I could see he had a folder in his hand. I got out, biscuits carrier in hand, and he greeted me. I hadn't noticed from my car how tired he looked. "You must be Kelly," he said, extending a hand to me. "That's me. And you're Matt?" I asked. "Yes, ma'am. I got all the paperwork." "Is that a cat?" he asked. "Yes, this is Biscuits. Actually, before I sign that and all, do you mind if I take him inside? He's been cramped up in here most of the ride," I asked. Sure. Here's the key. I'll just wait out here," he said. Part of me had wanted to ask for help bringing Biscuits in so I could also grab his litter box, food, and his bowls, but Matt seemed uncomfortable, so I didn't bother. I first took Biscuits in, then went back for his things. When I let him out of his carrier, he promptly went and hid under the bed. I chalked it up to him being in a new place since he was never a skittish cat. "Alrighty, sorry about that. I just felt bad about keeping him in there. He's never been on a trip this long," I said. "That's fine. Here's the paperwork. I think you'll find everything is in order," he said. I checked it out and then signed it before handing him the check I was using to buy the house and apparently 4 acres of surrounding land. "I didn't realize I'd be getting a good bit of land too. It's really a steal," I said. "Well, it's all yours now. I hate to make it short, but my wife is waiting at home. She's pregnant and hasn't been feeling well lately," he said. "Aw, I hate to hear that. If either of you need anything, you know where to find me," I told him. "Trust me, Kelly. By taking this property off our hands, you've done more than you know," he replied before getting in his truck. The comment struck me as odd, but maybe they were simply trying to get it off their hands before the baby came. One less thing to worry about. In the meantime, I started moving all of my things into the house. It took some time, and before I knew it, it was 4:30. Before moving to the cabin, I'd done a bit of research. The closest grocery store was about 10 minutes away in the actual town. It was a very small town called Parsons. From the pictures I'd seen online, it looked very quaint. "All right, Biscuits, I'm going into town. I won't be long," I said before closing and locking the door. He still hadn't come out from under the bed, but while at the store, I planned on buying him these salmon-flavored treats he liked to coax him out. The store was called Jitney Jungle, and I'd never seen one before in the city. When I went inside, it looked like it would have had everything I need, or at least it appeared so. The closest Walmart was 45 minutes away, and I didn't feel like making that trip today. I went ahead and bought myself a week's worth of groceries along with other odds and ends, and the treats for Biscuits, of course. The store seemed to employ most of the town's teenagers. A girl whose name tag read Courtney began ringing up my groceries while a boy named Tyler bagged them. "You're new in town, huh?" she asked. "Brand new," I replied. "That's cool," Tyler replied. "For sure. Always nice to have a new neighbor. Where are you living? I know a few houses have been for sale here lately. Several folks wanting to move to the city for work or like the beach or something to retire," Courtney said. "I'd rather die than live in the city," Tyler added. They were awfully chatty for two teenagers, but I assumed just curious. Not likely that much happened in Parsons. I actually moved here from the city. I was tired of all the noise. I just moved into this little cabin on the edge of town, I said. They both exchanged a glance. Not Mr. Whitley's old place, Courtney said. Yeah, it is actually, I said. I wouldn't want to live there either, Tyler said. Why not? It's a nice little cabin, I asked, genuinely confused. Now stop, Tyler. You know that's all rumors and like urban legend stuff, Courtney said. Yeah, I guess, he said with a shrug. You enjoy your new house and don't worry about nothing. That'll be $85.50, she said. Tyler carried my groceries out for me, putting them in the back of my 4Runner. I tipped him, and before he went back into the store, he told me, Look, ma'am, I'm not trying to scare you, and Courtney could be totally right, but from what I've heard, some weird stuff has happened in that cabin, so just be careful. What kind of stuff? I asked, against my better judgment. People seeing ghosts, going crazy, murders happening there, things like that, he replied before walking off. What a great bit of information to learn about my new home. It's a small town. They've got to have something exciting to talk about. I mean, in the city, we had a house with the same rumors, and it never actually amounted to anything. It's just something to talk about. I rationalized to myself on the drive home. When I got home, I got biscuits from under the bed with the treats and showed him around the place. See, buddy? Nothing to worry about, I told him while he purred in my arms. I sat him on the couch while I warmed up a can of beef stew for myself, something savory and quick. After eating, I was so tired I went straight to bed. My room was at the back of the house. One of the walls was glass from top to bottom, giving me a nice view of the surrounding forest. As I drifted off to sleep, it began to rain. My second day in the house, I'd nearly forgotten all about what Tyler had said about the cabin. I kept myself busy. First, I called about getting internet. I chose the company I'd been working for, of course, and luckily, being an employee meant you get priority installment. The installation tech would be there first thing tomorrow. After making that call, I made myself some coffee and breakfast, which also gave me the opportunity to put my dishes and cookware where I wanted. In the middle of my second cup of coffee, there was a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, but when I opened the door, I was met by a woman with wavy blonde hair and bright green eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She looked like the adult version of the girl, Courtney, that I'd met at Jitney Jungle. Hi, I'm Celeste Rogers, Courtney's mom. She told me we had a new neighbor, so I thought I'd be neighborly and bring this chocolate pie over. I do hope you like chocolate, she said, holding out the pie. I love chocolate, thank you. This is very kind of you. I'm Kelly Dumont. Would you like to come in? I asked. Sure, I can visit for a few, she said. Her not being reluctant about coming inside made me feel good, considering what I'd been told about the house. Would you like some coffee? I asked as she sat at the island bar. I'd love some, thanks, she said. So, we're neighbors? I asked. I'm the closest neighbor you have anyway. I'm about 2 miles up the road. This place is much nicer than I expected. I've never been inside before. We vacationed a lot over the summer and never got the chance to meet Matt and Nicole, she said. I've only met him, but he said his wife was pregnant and not feeling very well. Hopefully she's feeling better, I replied. I don't know how much better she could feel considering what happened, said Celeste while sipping her coffee. What do you mean? I asked. Oh, honey, he didn't tell you why they sold the house? Everyone around here knows, she said. I stared at her blankly. Well, it's terrible, really, but you have the right to know since you're living here now. Nicole wanted to move here when she found out she was pregnant to be closer to her parents. That was the first place they found, and Nicole was about 6 months pregnant. Anyway, rumor has it not long after they moved in, Matt started seeing his father, which was not good in the least, she said. Why? What's wrong with his father? I asked curiously. Celeste looked over the top of her glasses and said, Well, anytime you see someone who's dead, that's not a good thing. The story with that is when Matt was around 8, his mother was pregnant with his little brother. It's not really known why, but one day his father comes home and kills his pregnant mother. Of course, this also killed the baby. Then he kills himself. I would say it was simply luck that Matt was at a friend's, but I mean, how lucky is it having your entire family die in one day? You know what I mean? She asked rhetorically. I nodded somberly. Well, apparently 2 weeks after moving in, he starts seeing his dad. Then his dad starts trying to coax him into killing Nicole and the baby. She had to call the police one day because he was in the laundry room with a rifle, sobbing and talking about he didn't want to do it and to leave him alone. They'd only lived here about 2 weeks. That night, she left, and he was taken into a nearby mental institution for evaluation. Since getting out of this house, though, he's been totally fine, she finished. And they're back together now? I said incredulously. They're still married but living separately. She's terrified, and I mean, who wouldn't be? She's staying with her parents, and he's brought them a new house he's staying in. I don't think she will go back to him after all that, she replied. Don't say I blame her. It's kind of crazy to blame homicidal ideation on a house, I said with a nervous laughter. Well, that's not the first odd thing that's happened here, but I'm not one to buy into tall tales. I think just a lot of troubled people have lived here and it's given the house a bad rep, she said. Yeah, I'm sure you're right, I replied. After that, we made small talk. Apparently, she was a stay-at-home mom of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. Her husband owned the Jitney Jungle. I told her about my new job and why I moved to Parsons. By the time she left, it was lunchtime. I made myself a grilled chicken salad and relaxed a bit. The place was starting to look more me as I added my things to it. I finally started to feel happy with my new home. Celeste was right. I'm about the house and decided to think no more of the strange things that led the Whitleys to sell it. That night, I decided on an early night. The move had thoroughly exhausted me. I showered and then went straight to bed. It didn't take long at all for me to fall asleep. It was some of the best sleep I had in a long time, until around 3 a.m. I woke up to Biscuits hissing loudly over by the windowed wall, hair standing all over his body. Biscuits was a chill cat, just to let it be known. He never behaved this way since I got him, when he was just a kitten. I sat up and called to him, but he only stood there hissing, becoming more upset. I couldn't see anything on the other side of the window, so I didn't understand. Hey, what's wrong? I asked as I went over to him. When I tried to touch him, he whipped around and bit my hand so hard that it left puncture marks. Biscuits, what the hell? I shrieked with tears in my eyes. He ran under the bed, still growling. I went to my bathroom and found some peroxide and antibiotic cream and bandage wrap to tend to my hand. When I was done, I went back to the windowed wall and took a second look. I still saw nothing. After all the excitement, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided to make myself some tea. I grabbed my house coat and headed to the kitchen. I gingerly put the kettle on, minding my hand. I still couldn't believe Biscuits bit me. While waiting for my tea to boil, I thought I heard a soft knocking on the door. No, surely not, I mumbled. The kettle began to whistle. I fixed my cup of tea, then sat at the bar. I picked up my cup, and then I heard the soft knocking again. Who even? I started when the soft knocking began to get louder, before turning into full-blown banging. My teacup went crashing to the floor. The banging began to rattle the whole door. I made my way over to the door to look through the peephole. I touched the knob, bracing myself, when the banging stopped. I thought I heard crying. With my breath coming in short rasps, I looked through the peephole to see no one was there. I thought of calling someone. Maybe my dad or even Celeste, who had exchanged numbers with me before leaving yesterday. Just in case you ever needed anything, since I'm right up the road, she had said. But it was 3:30 a.m., and what would I say? Someone was banging on my door, and then they weren't? I know my dad. He'd want to make the trip to come check things out, and I'm sure Celeste would either think I was crazy or tell me to call the police. The whole ordeal made me feel crazy. I'm just spooked after what happened with Biscuits, I told myself. I couldn't explain the banging on the door, though. I went around the house making sure each door and window were locked before curling up on the couch. I put on some home design show and tried to pay attention. I must have dozed off because I woke up to knocking on my door, which unsurprisingly scared the crap out of me. I went to look, and this time I found the internet tech waiting for me. I wrapped my housecoat around me tightly before letting him in. Good morning, I'm Jeff, and I'm here to install some Wi-Fi for you, he said cheerfully. Hello. I hope you aren't knocking long. I had my sleep disrupted last night, and I'm not sure when I dozed back off, I told him with a yawn. Oh, that's no good. I wasn't knocking long at all. So don't worry, ma'am, he replied. You can call me Kelly. I'm about to put the coffee pot on Jeff, then change real quick. Help yourself to the coffee if you'd like some, I said before heading to my room. I first went to use the bathroom. When I went to the sink to wash my hands and saw myself in the mirror, I looked like hell. I washed my face up, brushed my teeth and hair, and that helped a little. Didn't hide the dark circles under my eyes though, but I couldn't be bothered with makeup right then. I changed my bandaging, then realized I needed more wrap, so after Jeff left, I'd have to head back to the Jitney jungle. I threw on a t-shirt, hoodie, and some sweatpants, along with my woolly socks. I had quite the chill that morning. I checked under my bed to see Biscuits was still there. Are you all right, buddy? I asked. He meowed softly, but wouldn't come to me. His behavior was concerning, so I decided to look up veterinarians in the area while I had my coffee. I checked, and there was one local vet, Dr. Martin, and more in the town over. I decided to text Celeste and ask her opinion, her being local and all. Dr. Martin is the best veterinarian in the surrounding area, so you can't go wrong trying to get an appointment with him, she replied promptly. I told her thanks and called his office. Parsons Animal Clinic, how may I help you? The receptionist answered. I told her the situation and she let me know it was likely stress from the move, but it wouldn't hurt to have him checked out. I made an appointment for 4:30 that afternoon. I sipped my coffee and resigned that I'd do much of nothing the rest of the day until having to go to the vet and the store. I was so exhausted that I'd really like to still be sleeping, but that would have to wait, too. I was glad I wouldn't be starting my new job until next week. I sat there racking my brain about what had happened in the early hours of the morning. What had set Biscuits off like that? Who was banging on my door? Was it all a dream? The bite marks on my hand determined that it was real. It was eerie, and it was making me feel unsure of myself. I decided on a few pieces of butter sugar toast for breakfast and offer some to Jeff while he worked. No thank you, Miss Kelly. I grabbed a bite on my way over here. Wouldn't mind some of that coffee, though. Black, he said. I brought him a cup and he noticed my bandaged hand. What happened there? He asked. Well, my cat bit me pretty badly last night. That's what woke me up in the middle of the night. He was standing by that windowed wall back there, hissing and growling. When I tried to touch him, he snapped at me, which has never happened before. He's still hiding under my bed. I have him a checkup at the vet scheduled later just to make sure he's all right, I said. Ah, you just moved here, right? He asked. Yeah, from the city, I said. He probably saw something out there he's not used to, maybe a deer or even a bobcat, and it just spooked him. A checkup doesn't hurt at all, of course. Just trying to be optimistic, he said. Yeah, I'm doing the same. It's just startling because he's never behaved this way before, I said. Well, hopefully everything checks out at the vet and he will be all right, Jeff said. Thanks, I told him. He was working in the spare room, which would be my office. I assumed Matt and his wife had intended it to be their baby's room, since it was the only room in the house left barren. I had office furniture on the way that would be there by the end of the week for it, along with a new laptop. Mine conveniently stopped working right before I moved. By lunchtime, Jeff was done and on his way. It was nice to have some Wi-Fi now, though, because it made my phone work much faster. Soon after connecting, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. It was nice seeing a familiar, friendly face. Hey, girlie. I've been trying to call you, he said. I'm sorry, Dad. The service out here at the cabin isn't that great. I just got my Wi-Fi hooked up. When I go to Walmart this weekend for the rest of my office supplies, I'm going to get one of those cheap home phone plans. I'll need it for work anyway, but it will be easier for you to get in touch as well, I told him. That would be good. So, how's the move been? He asked. I gave him a virtual tour of the house, then filled him in on everything. Since I was young, my dad had been my best friend. My mom wasn't always the best mother and quite unstable. When they split up, he tried to get custody of me, but was unable to until after she passed away when I was 6. Are you sure you're comfortable there, Kelly? Sounds like a creepy place, honestly, and you should have called the police, he said. I think it'll be fine, Dad. I didn't want to call them with the house's history and all. I didn't want to come across unstable, I told him. Well, you can always come home if need be. I know you're 26 years old, but there's no shame in coming home if you need to, or even if you just want to, he said. I appreciate that, Dad, I said. Dad owned his own small construction company and chatted with me through his lunch break. Although he was the boss, he was very hands-on. When we finished our call, I ate a sandwich for lunch, then checked my emails. My office furniture had been shipped and was on the way, thankfully. Around 3, I decided to start trying to get biscuits from under the bed. I brought the carrier to the edge of the bed and he ran right into it. Good boy, Biscuits, I told him. I carefully filled the food tray with some cat chow and water, which he didn't touch until I carefully loaded him into my car. I decided to stop at Jitney Jungle before his appointment since it was on my way to the vet's office. It was a cool day, so Biscuits would be okay in the car with the windows cracked. He seemed more content than he had been all week anyway. He was in his carrier purring. I grabbed the bandage wrap and on the way to the front, some Cheez-Its and strawberry watermelon body armor caught my eye, so I grabbed those too. Courtney and Tyler were both working again that afternoon. What happened to your hand? Courtney asked, eyebrows furrowed. My cat got spooked the other night and bit me. I've got him in my car now actually to take him to Dr. Martin for a checkup. He's been behaving strangely, I said. Tyler mumbled. Well, you get well soon, Miss Dumont, Courtney said while handing me my change. Thanks, I replied. The vet visit went as expected. Biscuits was perfectly healthy, though a little dehydrated from hiding under the bed so long. Dr. Martin was very nice and told me to just give Biscuits a little time to adjust to his new home. When we got back home, my front door was wide open. This time, I called the police, because no one could deny the door was open when it should be closed. I locked it. I know I did. Within 5 minutes of me calling the sheriff's station, a car pulled up. I had sat there the whole time with my doors locked on my car, watching, trying to see if I saw anyone inside the house, but I didn't. I nearly jumped out of my skin when the police officer tapped on my window. Miss Dumont, I'm Officer Thomas Waits, and this is my partner Derek Robbins. What's going on here? He said calmly. Well, I left to go into town. My cat Biscuits, he's been acting strangely. He bit me. See? I said, holding up my hand. I went to the Jitney Jungle for more bandage wrap and then took him to Dr. Martin's for a checkup. I swear before I left my house, I not only closed but locked my front door. And when we pulled up, it was like that. I finished, pointing to the door. All right then, Miss Dumont. You roll the window back up and keep your doors locked while we go inside to have a look around, all right? He said assuringly. I nodded before sitting there watching them go into my house with their guns drawn. Maybe moving here was a mistake, I said to myself with a sigh. Biscuits let out a forlorn meow that only made me feel worse. Soon the officers came out with their guns holstered. They had no one else with them. When they approached, I rolled my window down. Miss Dumont, we checked everywhere, but there's no one in here. It's safe to go inside if you like. Has anything else like this happened while you've been here? Asked Officer Waits. Well, I didn't want to call before the house's history and all. I didn't want to come across... Well, anyway, early this morning I woke up to my cat growling at the windowed wall. That's when he bit me. After I cleaned up my hand, I was pretty unsettled, so I got up to make myself some tea. Not much later, someone was banging on my door pretty violently, I said. Just recounting the details gave me chills. Miss Dumont, regardless of the house's history, We take the safety of our citizens seriously in Parsons, and we respect people's privacy. Officer Robbins and I aren't going to go around town talking about how we came out here for a B&E, but nothing turned up, so that Dumont lady must be crazy. This is serious, and not to scare you, but it sounds like you may have a stalker. You have any enemies? He said. I wouldn't say so. I kept to myself in the city, did my job, went home, had very few friends. The only ex I ever had died in a car accident on the way to our rehearsal dinner, I told him. Losing William wasn't something I usually spoke about, but I knew they'd ask about exes if I didn't mention any. Plus, I didn't feel myself as is. All right, Miss Dumont. If you have any more of these disturbances, please don't hesitate to call the sheriff's department again, Officer Robbins said. I thanked them both before they headed off. I didn't feel any better about the situation after they left, but I decided that tonight I'd go in. Then in the morning, I'd sort out what I wanted to do. Maybe an alarm system would bring me comfort. I wasn't sure. I was so exhausted after everything that had happened that day, I went straight to bed. Everything else could wait till morning. Surprisingly, Biscuits curled up next to me like he used to when we lived in the city. It was really nice. I gently petted him until I drifted off to sleep. At some point in the night, I awoke to an odd sound. I was so tired that when it woke me, I felt confused. Biscuits had gotten under the cover, but he was still beside me. As my senses came about, I heard thunder clap loudly, shaking the cabin, as rain pelted against the windowed wall. Then, I realized it sounded like something wet moving around on the floor. My heart was pounding. I looked to my right and saw watery footprints. When I turned to my left, lightning flashed, illuminating the entire room. What I saw took my breath away. There stood my mother dripping with water from head to toe. You're dead, I shouted hysterically. I miss you, Kelly. Come with me, she said. She sounded as if she was underwater. No, I screamed. I grabbed Biscuits and ran wildly from the cabin, only stopping briefly to grab my keys. I went out into the storm without a coat or even shoes and hopped in my car. Biscuits went and hid under the back seat. I shouldn't have been driving, seeing that I was in full hysterics. I hadn't even grabbed my phone, and I didn't know where I was going. Before it was over, I ended up in the Jitney Jungle parking lot. I couldn't stop shaking from the cold and from fear. At some point, I must have passed out because I awoke to Celeste banging on my window. I rolled it down and she immediately began fussing over me. Oh my God, Kelly. I thought you were dead in there. I was so scared. What are you doing? She said frantically. I shook my head. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, I said. Let me take you home at least, she said. No, I can't go back there, I stammered. She fussed and insisted until I let her take Biscuits and me back to her place after that. I was chilled to the bone from getting wet the night before, then sleeping in my car. Everything will be okay. When we get there, I'll get you some clothes and you can have a hot shower. I'll take up collections for the local charity shop. I have all size clothes laying around because of that. I've been meaning to take them, but haven't yet, so there will be something for you, and it's brand new. I'll make you some hot tea, too, she said. What she was saying was all running together. It was all very kind, but I was already feeling sickly from what I've been through. When we got there, she immediately got me some clothes and ushered me to the bathroom. She took biscuits to get him something to eat. They had a cat also, Nessa, that Biscuits got along with surprisingly well. The shower felt amazing, but every little sound put me on edge, so I hurriedly got done. The sweatsuit and fuzzy socks Celeste gave me kept me warm as I exited the bathroom. "That better?" Celeste said. I nodded. She mentioned for me to sit at the bar as she poured me a cup of tea. "You want to talk about it now?" she asked. I guess," I replied. She waited patiently. "You're going to think I'm insane, just like Matt," I told her. "I'm not here to judge you. Clearly, you've been through an ordeal, Kelly," she said. "That's a nice picture," I said, noticing a picture of her family on the fridge. She took it down. "That's my husband, Conrad. You've met Courtney. She's our oldest. These are her twin sons, Carson and Caleb. They're 14. This is little Caroline. She was a sweet surprise and is 3. Her daddy took her this morning after we saw you at the store," she said. "Last night I saw my mother in the cabin. Woke up to her standing in front of the windowed wall," I said. "Did she break in? Or did she have a key or come in and give you a fright?" she asked. "You don't understand. My mother died when I was 6. She flung herself into the sea while I was sleeping one night. She was always really unstable and depressed. My father tried to get me when they divorced, but most judges won't take a child from their mother. We lived in the coastal town that I don't even remember the name of, but she kept the lighthouse. It was up on the cliff above the sea. She put me to bed that night and was more loving than I ever remember her being. When I woke up the next morning, I couldn't find her, so I called my dad. He found the note," I said. "So she's dead? But you saw her last night?" Celeste said. "Look, I know how it sounds. She said she missed me and asked me to come with her. I know you said you didn't believe, but there's something wrong with that cabin. I can't go back. I need to call my dad to come get me," I told her. "Well, I don't think you're insane, Kelly. I don't think you made something like this up. For the moment we met, I've considered you a reasonable person and a good person too," she said. "Thanks. That means a lot," I replied. "You can stay in the guest room until you get things sorted. I have more clothes." "Courtney, why are you lurking around?" she asked suddenly. "Sorry, I couldn't help but hear what you were talking about, and I think I know why that cabin has issues," Courtney said. "What on earth are you talking about?" Celeste asked her. "Well, I assumed you'd heard the story about the original owners of the place, right, Mom?" she asked. "No, I can't say that I have, Courtney. This town has loads of history, but I've never thought to seek out any about that place," she replied. At this point, I was all ears. "Well, it's rumored like forever ago when the town was first founded, there was this man, Joseph something or another, that was this huge occultist, and he lived in the same land that cabin is on. It started out with him doing seances for the townspeople. They really believed in him. Like he started to gain followers when things took a dark turn. Devil worship, demons, sacrifices, all of that. Way back when people were highly religious, so they went and gathered up Joseph and all his followers. They burned them at stakes out there on that land. It said even as he burned, Joseph laughed wickedly. Ever since then, anyone who's lived on that land has had experiences. some of which lead to the death of themselves or others. The rumor behind that is that Joseph cursed the land, and he's still taking sacrifices for Satan or whatever," she finished. "Where on earth did you hear that?" Celeste said. "Tyler, supposedly he's a direct descendant of this Joseph, but he doesn't go around telling everyone," she said with a shrug. "It kind of makes sense in a twisted way. I can't let anyone else live there. I think I'll bulldoze the cabin and just fence off the land. I can't let this keep happening," I said. And that's exactly what I ended up doing. Celeste kindly let me and Biscuit stay with her family until the next day, when my dad could come collect us. He helped me pack up quickly, and his construction company dealt with the demolition and putting a fence around the property line. I took up my dad's offer and moved in with him. It was much more peaceful than my short time in the cabin. I was able to start my new job soon after moving in as well and very much enjoyed it. My life finally felt like it was getting back to normal, and I was so thankful for that. Celeste and I stayed in touch after I moved. After reflecting on what happened, we theorized that the cabin and the land attracted people who had experienced great personal tragedy, leading them to be more susceptible to the curse attached to the place. The normalcy didn't really last. Although I'd escaped the cabin, I still had nightmares about that night my mother came to me, and I get strong urges to go back to the land. For the time being, I've been able to ignore those urges, but it truly does call to me. In the middle of the night, when I'm lying in the safety of my bed in my dad's house, I hear a man's voice whispering, then slowly raising into hysterical laughter. My wife has gone insane, written by chronic nightmares. My wife, Clarissa, and I have been happily married for almost 10 years, and those years have been the happiest of my life. I love her more than anything. I really do. But recently she has, without a better word for it, gone absolutely effing batshit insane. It came on so suddenly, too. She was completely fine yesterday, just her usual, never a serious moment, self. She had a silly sense of humor, and she would laugh at the most ridiculous things. But that was why I loved her. There was never a day she wasn't smiling and telling me that she loved me. Our marriage right up to this point had been happy, and we still had that spark in the bedroom, too. But when I woke up this morning, I was in utter disbelief. The once pristine white walls of our bedroom were now covered in all kinds of words and psychotic ramblings, which were mistakenly written in Clarissa's handwriting. Stuff like, "always watching us," and "I see them now." But the one that sent shivers up my spine was, "They see me too." Then I heard Clarissa whistling from downstairs in the kitchen. At this point, I was getting a little freaked out. I went downstairs, dreading what I was going to see, and my mind could not have even comprehended what I was about to witness in the kitchen. My wife was standing at the kitchen counter with a knife firmly in her grip. She was cutting off 2 of her fingers on the blood-soaked chopping board, and then carefully dicing them up like carrots. They made a sickening crunching sound as the sharp knife broke through the bone. She turned around and smiled widely at me, seemingly not feeling any pain at all. All that I could see in her eyes was a dead, vacant stare. I'm making some breakfast. Hope you're hungry, Clarissa said, as she threw the diced up fingers into a pan with some olive oil, producing a distant, sizzling sound. What the F are you doing? I shouted, my face a portrait of shock and horror. Clarissa began laughing hysterically before suddenly stopping and going still, like somebody had hit the pause button in her brain. The silence was excruciating. Then suddenly, breaking the silence, she spoke. I'm making you some breakfast before we head off on our journey together, Clarissa said, shaking the finger slices around in the pan. Smells like it's almost done, too. What are you talking about? I said, having to look away from her two bloody stumps to avoid being sick. We are going to the dark place, and then the shadows will guide us to paradise, Clarissa said with excitement in her voice. I had failed to see them at first when I entered the kitchen, but sitting on the table were two ropes. Both were tied into nooses. Beat It by Chronic Nightmares. Dirty Fred, we called the old man down the street from mine, and my best friend and partner in crime, Eddie's house. Every day on our way to and from school, Eddie and I would pass Dirty Freddy's house with pockets full of eggs ready to be launched at his grubby windows. It was hilarious when he would come limping outside yelling at us. Beat it, old Fred would yell every time, his face completely red with rage. Tormenting Fred was our favorite pastime. When we weren't lobbing eggs at his house, we were kicking his front door before running away to hurl abuse at him when he came outside. Fred, you dirty old tramp. You kids want to learn some respect? Now beat it, Fred yelled, pointing a bony finger at us. After a while, Fred would go back inside, then peer through the gate in the window, watching us like a hawk. Whenever Eddie tried approaching for another kick to the door, Fred would shoot back outside, very quickly too for a limping man who looked to be in his mid-70s. Beat it! I won't warn you again. The look Fred's wrinkled face gave us in that moment sent shivers up my spine. It was much different than any look before. It had a sinister look. Eddie didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, he had an idea for later that night. Meet me outside the old bastard's house at 12, Eddie said, with a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. And bring a lighter. Later that night, as my parents slept, I climbed out of my bedroom window, then down the drain pipe, before quietly making my way to Dirty Fred's house. I waited for 20 minutes, but Eddie never showed up. His mom probably caught him trying to sneak out, I thought, before deciding to go home. On my way back, I noticed something laying on the ground in Fred's front garden. I moved closer to see it better. It appeared to be a half-filled vodka bottle with a piece of rag hanging outside of it. It was clearly a Molotov cocktail. Is this why Eddie wanted me to bring a lighter? I thought. But the real question was, where is Eddie? My mother woke me up the next morning with a concerned look on her face. I just had Eddie's mom on the phone. She said he wasn't in his bed this morning, and she can't get a hold of him on his phone either. Do you know where he could be? No, I lied. Let me know if you hear from him. His mom is going mad with worry. I went outside and saw a police car parked outside Eddie's house. That was when the severity of the situation truly kicked in. Eddie was never found. But in the months after, rumor began to spread of the pale, eyeless boy in Fred's upper window who watched passers-by. Some say he had a regretful look about him. Material Girl, written by Chronic Nightmares. Jane, with her blonde hair that shimmers under the moon, her eyes like emeralds as they glisten in the sunlight, and her bright red lips, so plump, so kissable. You will see her coming a mile away, adorned in her eye-catching, real leopard skin coat. And you can't miss the distinct sound of her high heels that had probably cost the life of an elephant to make, or left them tuskless at the very least. For the heels were made of ivory, producing a very distinct clopping sound with each step she made. Jane had never worked a day in her life. She didn't need a job to fund her exquisite tastes. She had a very rich husband to pay for all her materialistic desires. Whatever she asked for, her husband bought it for her without question. "Hey, that new iPhone looks cool. I'll pop into the Apple store on my way home from work and buy you one." Her husband was like putty in her hands. Just flutter her gorgeous long eyelashes at him and he melted like butter. A talent that Jane had worked on her entire life. Manipulation was her specialty. She had drove her father to bankruptcy with her never-ending demands as a child. "Daddy, I want Barbie's Playhouse, and I want a Nintendo Wii and a Nintendo DS." "You know I can't afford those, sweetie." "Pretty please, Daddy." "Oh, I can't say no to those eyes." Stress would eventually cause her father to have a massive heart attack, just 2 months after Jane's 21st birthday. He died alone in a hospital bed. She never attended his funeral. Her first husband, a rich oil tycoon from Texas, had served her well, until his gambling addiction started to dry up their shared wealth, that is. With only a measly 30 million pounds left in the bank, Jane was not willing to risk losing more of her half of the money. Divorcing him at this stage would have only gotten her 15 million. She didn't want peasants' change. She wanted all of it. And as luck would have it, she did receive all of it. After a nice sweet cup of arsenic tea, her first husband was dead, and her bank account became 30 million pounds richer. Cha-ching. Her current husband, despite being much richer than the others, has started to become boring, and the intimacy in the bedroom much more tedious, and lately, dormant. Thoughts were fluttering away inside her brain again. "Hide the taste with lots of sugar, and the arsenic goes down very easily." Jane hummed "I Want It Now" by Veruca Salt as she placed a Yorkshire tea bag into her husband's Chewbacca cup. As she brought the cup of tea to her husband, she began to hum a different tune. "A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down." From the Stars Whence They Came, written by Chronic Nightmares. At first, they were seen as mere specks of light darting among the backdrop of stars in the clear night sky, swiftly passing the full moon every now and again. "'Tis an omen," were the words spoken among the many peasants and riders. as they all stopped and stared up at the spectacle in the heavens. The lights danced this way and that, past the moon, coming low, going high, before correlating into a mass of connected luminance that glowed with a shine, as if cast by the angels themselves. All now moving together in perfect synchronicity. The kingdoms, which were once busy with activity and violence, now all halted to a stop. Every peasant and lord gazed up into the night sky, looking at what was suspected by the many to be comets, the omens of death. But to the educated few, it was known not to be comets passing by, but something else entirely. Those who watched the stars with keen eyes knew this not to be true, for comets did not alter their path or correlate in such a fashion as was being witnessed. One thing was certain: the lights were definitely getting closer. They were now close enough to be observed with some clarity through a telescope, though none would live to tell of what they had seen. It was determined by each of the kingdoms that their brightest men had all died of fright, though none were truly certain. Their bodies became pale and stiff, with one eye still peeping through the telescope. As the lights danced closer, a booming noise erupted from the sky, like a harmony of demons, wailing with a mechanized tone, only briefly interrupted by the occasional hiss, like that of a hot steam escaping. Before long, the sky was no longer black, and the moon and stars were nowhere in sight. Now, the sky was crimson, and the circular lights, so bright as to not be penetrated by any gaze, surrounded the planet, as each corner of the globe laid witness to the entrancing sight. Those who gazed into the lights for too long became lost within their own minds, mere wide-eyed, hollow shells that stood like statues made of flesh. The lights began to spin around the globe at a speed unfathomable to the human eye, and defying the laws of known physics entirely. Then came a noise that could only be described as that of a planet-sized bell, chiming from behind the blood-red sky and crumbling rock with its deafening roar, signaling the arrival of something, no doubt. Ears rang piercingly as eyes became blind with bloody tears. The chiming still permeated the air and vibrated the ground like a ferocious earthquake, though none could see or hear it. Everyone felt its presence, but none could truly fathom what it was, though its intent was very clear in their feeble little minds. From the stars whence they came, to reclaim the earth once again. I just found out that my boyfriend has been cheating on me. Written by Luminosity Gian. My boyfriend Daniel and I had been together for a few years now. Despite our age difference, we get along extremely well and love each other very much. Daniel is the sweetest person I've ever met, and I truly believe that he has helped build me into a better person. I never doubted his love and loyalty to me. That is, until I found out he was cheating on me today. My suspicion started about 3 weeks ago. I was in the shower when I found something in the drain that definitely did not belong to me or Daniel. I started bawling and immediately ran out to confront him. Even when waving the damn thing in front of his face, he didn't flinch at all. He was completely dismissive. He told me that I shouldn't worry too much and just left the room. After that incident, I noticed how Daniel started to look disheveled at times. He's a very tidy, well put together man. You see, so this was completely out of the ordinary. At that point, I was sure that he was out messing with some other woman. The worst part is, he started smelling like her too. Every time I confronted him, he would change the subject or simply gaze sternly at me. This horrible change in his demeanor was practically tearing me apart. After weeks of crying my heart out, I decided to stop being helpless and take action to confirm my suspicions. I ventured into the basement where I definitely heard the voice of another woman. And, at long last, I saw her. She was young and only had one blue eye, the very same shade as the one that I found in the shower drain. Her face was caked with dirt and dry blood which had flowed from her empty eye socket. She looked at me pleadingly, struggling to speak as her mouth was gagged and limbs chained to the wall. Her naked body was a canvas of bruises, nauseating infections, and angry red burns. You dirty bitch. It was me who Daniel chose to live with him forever. Years of being by his side, only his alone. And she dare try to take my place? I couldn't help it. I was blinded by my anger as I wrapped my hands around her neck. I squeezed as hard as I could, watching her squeal and wiggle like the pig she was, until she stopped breathing. Though, there's one thing I realized. When he first brought me home years ago, he didn't throw the eye he plucked from me down the drain. I guess that means he loves me, or at least more than he loves her. I don't think I'll be able to live without him. Did we witness the aftermath of an abduction? Written by RPH writes, this is one of those situations in which we'll probably never know what was really going on. It's haunted us for years. My mom and I were on our way to Nashville, and we stopped over the Kentucky line at one of those big off-ramp service stations, Pilot, Love's, etc., for a bathroom break. She and I were in different stalls, and not long after we were situated, I heard the door open again. I couldn't see them, but it sounded like the footsteps of a woman and a child. They went into the handicap stall together, and though the child never said a word, the woman never stopped talking. It wasn't her incessant chattering that grabbed my attention, though. It was what she was saying. You're a beautiful little girl, do you know that? Aren't you the prettiest girl in the world? Mama. Can you say mama? I'm your mama. Mama. You are just so sweet and beautiful. You really are. They were only in there for a minute or so. I could hear her blathering on at the sinks, but when I flushed the toilet and opened the door, she quickly grabbed the little girl by the hand and pulled her out. I got a good look at the child, but only saw the woman from the back. I felt deeply unsettled. I'm standing there washing my hands, mulling over what happened when Mom joined me. I felt kind of silly, like I was overreacting, but then Mom goes, "Were you listening to that?" Yes, I was so glad she felt it too. Wasn't that weird? We talked about it for a few seconds and wondered if we should tell someone, but What would we say? Nothing bad had happened. The child hadn't looked or acted scared. Back in the store, nobody was frantically running around searching for their child. There were video cameras up that would be caught most everything. The woman had been strange, but it didn't feel like she was hiding the child or on a time crunch. We grabbed drinks and paid, but as we got to the car, we saw them again. As it turned out, they were parked next to us, and we couldn't get in until they closed their doors. This time they were accompanied by a middle-aged, unkempt man. He was barking orders at them, trying to move them along, and the little girl was staring down at her shoes. She looked sad. When he saw us standing at our car, he glared and muttered under his breath, but I didn't know if that was for our benefit or theirs. Their car was full of crap. The rear window was packed full of papers, clothes, and garbage, and the passenger side back seat had clothes on hangers, dangling down in front of the window. There was very little room in the back for the girl. The couple ushered her into the car and then quickly hung a blanket in the other window, effectively blocking her from view. Nobody from the outside could see into the back seat where the child was sitting. They pulled out of there like a bat out of hell, but I managed to memorize the license plate. I wasn't even consciously trying to. Everything just happened so fast. Mom pulled out a piece of paper and we jotted it down, as well as the make, model, and color of the vehicle. At first, we felt silly calling the police because, after all, we were still going on feelings. They hadn't really done anything wrong, although the rear window obstruction could have gotten them in trouble. People can do things that look crazy out of context. We did call, though. The local police turned us over to the state police, who took our information, but they didn't want to come and talk to us any further. In fact, they acted a little put out over the call. After telling them the story, we felt like the weird ones, or Karens before we called them Karen. I was embarrassed, but it still felt right. Once we reached Nashville, we actually watched the news, wondering if we'd see any news reports about an abduction. There was nothing. I've done a few searches over the years, but haven't uncovered anything or anyone who would have physically matched the age and gender of the child. I felt conflicted about calling the police because it felt so invasive. I'm generally a stay-in-your-own-lane kind of person. Chances are that this was an innocent situation. New foster parents, adoption, or just effing weird people doing weird shit. Still, I wonder. This happened around 2000 or 2001, so many years ago. But still to this day, my gut instinct tells me that poor child was in fact abducted. The Tragedy of the Inventor, written by Inevitable Cookies 74. Alma Gaitner, from a child to adult, she was a genius to all, until her sanity took a drop somewhere near fall. She was driving on the road, her little cousin Gianni in tow, until she saw a red light and started to slow. But poor Alma couldn't stop her car. It must have malfunctioned. She collided with another car in one sick, twisted junction. Alma had survived, but Gianni had not, and for many years after, Alma had sought to revive her cousin, a task she never forgot. Among all her gadgets, bots, and toys, she perfected the anatomy of girls and boys. Then she spent years perfecting her latest invention with great joy. However, The one thing she couldn't perfect with quick notion was to make her copy feel human emotion. So in order to achieve such an impossible task was to play a ritual, one that would beckon you to ask. Why throw away your dreams and sanity and soul in order to make a piece of metal whole? Once complete, the inventor had marked herself for death, to invent and create under madness's foul breath. After 1 decade, she finally succeeded, giving her creation the emotions it needed. Alma danced with glee as her creation awoke, unable to contain herself until one night her happiness broke. When a well-dressed stranger broke into Alma's home and took her creation, leaving her to sit alone in her mad-inducing labyrinth of blueprints and information. Unable to cope with such a circumstance, she plays her favorite music and does one last dance. Feeling hopeless, she grabs a syringe, plunging it into her neck, making her wince. Alma falls lifeless to the ground, hopeless and paled, as she acknowledges her life, feeling as if she had failed. Her corpse set for years, rotted and lonely, her soul unable to pass, thinking if only I did something else in the moment, would I have avoided this entire ailment? The ailment of loss, sadness, and grief. I am so sorry, Gianni, that our bonding was brief. Alma suffered for years, rotted in her lab, cold and abandoned. If only she realized that the flame of familiar love never died in her creation. Gianni returned 50 years later to find her creator dead at her desk. Tragic, don't you agree? The lengths she went to give life to a deceased one through her inventions, only for her invention to find her dead in her home. A letter from a man named Fred, written by Inevitable Cookie 74. Oh, my dear Delilah, I hope you are well and happy wherever your soul may be. It's been some time since we last spoke. Well, since the only time I spoke to you honestly. But it seems like only yesterday when I was sitting on this very bench with you. We talked about our lives, our hopes, dreams, and deepest fears. Then we went our separate ways and never spoke again. But alas, you only saw me as a stranger. You didn't know my real name or age. You didn't know how deeply I loved you. Or maybe you did know. I don't really care anymore. All I want now is for us to meet again someday. But if not, then at least let me tell you what happened after we parted. It all started one night while walking down an empty street by myself. I was thinking about you, about all the things we could do together, you and I. How despite the fact that you didn't know anything about me, we could be happy together. Despite our young age, we could still be happy. I remember I saw you celebrating your birthday. You were having such a good time with your parents and siblings. I wanted to be there with you. I wanted to be the one to make you the happiest girl you've ever been, and yet I couldn't even get close enough to talk to you. Then there was another party. This time, it was your sister's graduation party. You were so much younger. And I remember watching you sob because your sister was going to leave you for some time. I wanted to be there so I could be your shoulder to cry on. I know so much about you, my love. Your hobbies, your address, your job, even your favorite color. And yet, I can't stop myself from wanting more. I want to know everything about you. Everything that makes up who you truly are. Not just what I see through these eyes. But I suppose it doesn't matter. You have no idea who I am anyway, and you will probably never find out. All I can truly do is watch you from afar. Watch you when you get out of school. Watch you whilst you walk home. Watch you while you play with your pets. Watch you while you talk to your parents. Watch you be so kind and caring towards everyone you meet, even strangers, even me. I get so sad when I remember I can't really meet you in person, but I can imagine the things we can do together, and that brings me joy. And now, I must end this letter with this. I love you. I always will. Frederick. The man known as Frederick was in his bedroom writing away at his love letter until he stopped himself. I would never be able to give this to her, he said with a deep sigh as he pocketed the letter. Maybe I would. I would just need to get her all by her. The man stopped and thought for a moment. All by herself, all alone. Maybe then I could show her my true feelings. We won't be apart for long, my love, and I know just where to find you. Delilah was a young 16-year-old girl who enjoyed being with her family, playing with her pets, and going to school with her friends. She loved living her life to the fullest, and nothing was going to get in the way of that. Until one night. Delilah was working late at a gas station. She was working all alone, singing and dancing whilst cleaning the tables and watching many cars park at the gas pumps to fill up their tanks. It was very boring, but she tried her best to make it a fun experience. She then saw a strange white van pull into the parking lot. Out stepped a large, burly man with a top hat and trench coat. He looked tired, with baggy eyes and shaggy hair. The man walked into the gas station and up to the cash register. He stared longingly at Delilah, to the point where she quickly became uncomfortable. He then smiled slightly and handed her a $20 bill. "Pump 4, please," the man said in a raspy voice, whilst trying to sound as proper as possible and still keeping eye contact. Delilah took the cash and put it in the register. "You're good to go, sir," she said, trying to get the man out of the station as quick as possible. "Are you here all alone?" the man says, dropping his smile. No, I have someone in the back," she says, knowing full well she was lying. The man looked at her, then he walked outside back to his car. Delilah breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that creep was gone. With that, she left the counter and started cleaning once again, this time under full caution about her surroundings. Once she finished mopping, she realized she had one more thing on her to-do list. Take the trash outside. She didn't want to go outside. That man was still out there, parked at pump 4. But she had to take the trash out. Otherwise, she won't get paid. Delilah grabbed all the trash from around the store, so she would only have to go outside once. She slowly made her way out the door, making sure to stare at the man as she did so, and he was staring right back at her. Once Delilah found the dumpster, she had to turn her back to put the trash in, She didn't want to, but she did. Once she turned back around, the man was closer, and he was smiling wide. Delilah made her way back inside and shut the door. She got behind the counter, wincing as the man made his way into the store as well. He walked up to the counter, this time not even saying anything, just staring down at her. Delilah didn't look at him. She just stared into the floor, trying to avoid eye contact with the creep. "I know you want me to take you away from this hell," the man said as he grabbed Delilah's shoulders tightly. She couldn't move her arms. She was frozen with fear. "I also know you're not here with anyone. I planned this night for so long, keeping up with your work schedule just to make sure I came when you were alone. And here we are." Delilah stood still. What was this man talking about? How was he keeping up with her work schedule? Was he stalking her? Delilah tried to struggle from his grasp, to no avail. "Ahaha. Playing hard to get, I see." The man held on to her tightly. She tried to scream, but no one would hear her anyway. She could do nothing as he dragged her from behind the counter and outside to his car. "You're coming with me," he said as he pulled a rag from his pocket and placed it on her mouth and nose. She struggled a while before falling unconscious. The man takes Delilah and puts her in the van before speeding away. The next morning, the manager of the gas station went there to see nobody. The manager was furious, thinking he got duped and Delilah left without clocking out. Little did he know, poor Delilah was taken away by a stalker to his dark and damp cellar, where she would never see the light of day ever again. Into the Console, Dragged Inside, written by Inevitable Cookie 74. Annie and Sammy look at their strange console, whilst Annie holds the disc of their favorite game, Elden Ring, in her hands. Do you really think this will go into the console?" Sammy asked, confused. "Mom said that any game we put into this console will fit," Annie responds. "So maybe? I don't know. Let's try it out." Sammy watches as Annie places the game into the console. The sister and brother wait for the game to load, waiting and waiting and waiting. They look at each other disappointed until the sound of the game booting up makes them both jump out of their skin. "Whoa!" Sammy exclaimed, surprised. It worked." "Yeah," Annie says with a smile. "I guess so." The two squeal happily as Annie grabs the controller and opens the game. "First boss of Elden Ring, here we come," Annie said whilst giggling with glee. "Yeah, sis, you've got this. We watched too many walkthroughs to fail this time," Sammy says whilst punching the air. Whilst the two siblings celebrate loudly about their new console functioning properly, a red-haired creature within a dark, inky realm looks with an eerie happiness. "Yes, celebrate as much as you want, children, because soon we'll be the best of friends, and you're going to be a part of our big family," it says as it licks its lips, watching Annie and Sammy's every move with an anticipated action. 2 hours have passed since Annie and Sammy started playing Elden Ring on their new console. Annie was already at the first boss of the game, Margaret, the Fell Omen. "Yeah, you got this, sis," Sammy shouts over her shoulder. I'm almost finished with Margaret. Those walkthroughs helped after all, Annie said. As Margaret swung his wooden staff, Annie made the avatar jump and parry, dodging all of his hits. Then, when she had the chance, she struck him with her sword. I'm so close to winning, Annie said, sweat dripping down her face. I can almost taste it. Just as Margaret got to low health, he stopped and fell on his knees. The two siblings looked at each other dumbfounded. Huh? Sammy said as he stopped punching the air. That's not supposed to happen. Annie looked at the TV screen as she stopped moving her avatar. What's happening? Margaret looked up. He looked at the children and turned his and not at the avatar. Well, well, well. Look at what we have here. 2 young ones, he said, with an odd mix of a feminine and masculine voice. Annie drops the controller as she backs away from the console, pulling Sammy alongside her. No, please, don't run away from me. Come and stay a while in his realm. After Margaret spoke, wires from the console started to move on their own. They moved like long tendrils, slinking towards Annie and Sammy at a quick speed. The siblings scream in terror as they are grabbed by the tendrils and dragged into the console, now resembling a gaping mouth. The creature speaking through Margaret smiles widely. Now, you're going to stay here with us, with Father, and we can be friends forever. Macy ran upstairs quickly to find her 2 children missing, their bedroom empty and in a wreck. She stands frozen with fear and confusion as she ponders where her children could have possibly gone so quickly and why they would trash their room in such a manner. Annie screams bloody murder as she struggles helplessly within the depths of the console, fighting off the tendril that drug her further and further into the depths of the machine. Annie reaches out towards her brother, who is yanked away as he fell unconscious. She tries to fight back, but it's useless. Soon the darkness consumes her vision, and soon she too loses consciousness. The 2 siblings awaken in a dark and mucky void filled with nothingness. Their bodies are sore and bruised. Their minds are blank. They stand there wondering where they are and how they ended up here. The darkness begins to clear, revealing a strange world. In front of them is a small house with a chimney and a porch, complete with rocking chairs and flowers. The siblings stare at each other in wonder, but then realize something's wrong. Where exactly are they? There is no sign of either parent, and the kids' toys are scattered around the yard. The siblings look at each other frightened and begin to cry. Then the doors open. A tall, red-haired man walks outside and looks down at them with an eerily large smile. Why, hello, dear children. Welcome to your new home, the man says as he approaches the children. The 2 siblings cower back, terrified. What's your name? Sammy asked nervously. My name is, well, call me friend for now. I am the one responsible for bringing you here. Now, if you don't mind, the man said, I would like to give you a tour of your new home. Now, come along, he says, motioning for the children to walk inside. No, we don't even know you. Why should we follow you? Annie says as she grabs Sammy's arm. Because your family is waiting for you to join the party, the man says as he opens the door, revealing many characters from Elden Ring having a tea party, whilst staring at the two siblings. Annie and Sammy back away slowly. That's not our family, Sammy says nervously whilst shaking. Come on, we'll show you everything once you get settled, the man said, ushering the children inside. As they walk into the living room, the siblings see their more game characters sitting together on a sofa, watching the news with a glass of wine, acting as if they were Annie and Sammy's mom and dad. Just what was going on? Annie and Sammy look at each other confused. Sammy shaking in fear and confusion. Annie? Sam says as he grabs his older sister's arm. I don't know who these people are. These are characters from the game, Annie says, pulling Sammy closer to her. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll meet our parents soon enough and figure out this whole situation. The two siblings smile weakly, the sight of the game characters doing normal things that their family would do, somewhat comforting the two. I guess so, Sammy says as the siblings take a seat on the couch. Next to one of the bosses, Renalia, the tall lady looking down at him with a sharp piercing stare yet an eerily warm smile. Annie sits next to him, eyeing Renalia with a slight caution. The tall, red-haired man walks inside the living room and smiles at the two children. See? The red-haired man said playfully. They only want you to stay with them and be a part of our family. We don't want to hurt you. The siblings still continue to look around with caution. Now, children, come into the dining room. Your friends are dying to meet you, the tall man says as he drags them into the living room, where more characters await them, with piercing stares and warm smiles. What the heck? What's going on? Annie says with a frown. The siblings sit down with the rest of the game characters as the tall man takes the two children to another room. There he shows them the kitchen. Here we have all the food you'll ever want, as well as a fridge full of drinks. You'll love it here, and you'll never want to leave. Please don't go. Please. The monsters' voices echo throughout the kitchen. Annie and Sammy try to ignore their pleas, whilst eating some cookies and drinking juice. After the siblings finish, the monsters start crying, making the siblings uncomfortable. Annie and Sammy leave the kitchen, heading towards the staircase which leads upstairs. They walk into a bedroom, and it looks identical to their own. The two siblings smile as they lay down on their beds, feeling even more uneasy than before. The red-haired man walked into the bedroom smiling, tears still streaming down his face from crying. He approaches the children's beds with a large knife in his hands. The two kids freeze in terror as he looks at them longingly. We just want you to stay. Why don't you want to stay here? What do I have to do to convince you to stay? Do I have to cut off a finger? The red-haired man says as he lifts up Annie's hand and looks longingly at her fingers. The siblings shake their heads. We'll stay here. We don't want to leave. We promise, friend. Annie says quickly, not wanting to lose a finger. Sammy nods in agreement with his sister. The red-haired man stops looking at her hands and smiles at both of them. Really? You'd stay with us? Forever? The The red-haired man said, smiling as his tears dried. Yeah, Sammy responds, whilst nodding profusely. Good. Sleep well, children, the red-haired man said as he left the room. Welcome to your new home. With that, the red-haired man closes the door. The two children look around as they realize they were now trapped within a world they would never escape from. They were stuck with monsters disguising themselves as Elden Ring characters and were claiming to be their permanent family. They were trapped, both of them, and they weren't leaving anytime soon. The Curse of Consequence, written by Inevitable Cookies 74. Have you ever heard of tugs? If not, I'm not surprised. No one's really heard of the sister series of Thomas the Tank Engine. If you're curious, you can search it up on YouTube to find episodes of the old series. Well, here's another question. Have you ever heard of the Curse of Consequence? You definitely haven't. Well, let me give you some backstory. The Curse of Consequence is a ritual you can play involving one of the Tug's tapes to have a wish of yours granted. Any wish at all. It's not a simple ritual. In fact, you're very likely to fail, but completing the ritual is indeed possible and has been done in the past. You don't have many obstacles, just two: consequence and the risk of losing your sanity. Consequence is the ghost of a man who was murdered on a deal gone wrong. His spirit was enraged after the killers got away with the crime, and by the fact that he never got what he was owed. So, he returned from the dead in the form of a character from a child's TV series to finish the job himself and give those men their proper consequences. However, Consequence never found these men, for they had died in an accident. So he started hunting down their family. Consequence would kill their family members one by one. The only way to be spared was to beat Consequence at his game, which then the player, or victim, would be given an award for their troubles. Seems that other people, morons in my opinion, have found a way to summon Consequence and decided to try their luck at his game. A lot of them failing the game, of course. Like many games that involve paranormal entities, Consequence wants nothing more than for his game to be played correctly, or else. As for you, you're one of those fools who wishes to stir the pot, huh? Wish to take a risk and live a little? Fool. Ah, but you're not here for my verbal thrashing. You're here for the rules to the ritual, yes? All right then. Here they are. Number 1. To start the ritual, you must possess one of the Tug's tapes. I know you don't own one, so have mine. I have no need for it. Without this tape, the ritual would be impossible to even perform. You'll need to make sure that you own a VCR. Number 2. You'll need to play this game in no lighting. Your light will come from your TV screen. Number 3. In order to summon Consequence, you'll need to play the tape and pause it at exactly 3 minutes. This will be difficult without a timer, so having one is recommended. Once the show is paused, turn around and whisper, "Consequence, I wish to play your game," 5 times. Once you turn back around, the show will now be in black and white. If the show is red instead of black and white, you messed up. Yes, you can indeed mess up this early. Number 4. You have to stare at the screen for a bit. You'll see that Consequence has appeared, manifesting as one of the main characters of the show, mainly Top Hat. But this could differ. It's rare, but it happens. You'll notice that the neck of said character is extending out of your screen. That's Consequence making his presence known. Number 5. Consequence will speak to you, asking if you wish to play his game. Say yes, obviously. If you say no, it's an automatic fail, so don't chicken out now. Number 6. The first of 3 games is called Finding the Missing Piece. Consequence is hiding an object in your room. You have 1 hour to find it for him. The catch is, he doesn't tell you about what the object is. He only gives you hints to what the object could be. So, yeah, if you don't find it, you fail obviously. 7. If you complete the first game, you will proceed to the second game, Hide and Seek. This is probably the simplest game of the 3, as you already know the rules. Find Consequence's head when he hides. Keep in mind, you have a 3-minute time limit, and then hide from him when it's his turn to find you. Simple. Just don't run out of time and don't get caught. Number 8. The last game of the 3 is called All-Nighter. To play All-Nighter, you need to spend the rest of the night awake and do not fall asleep at all. Sounds easy, right? Well, Consequence will do everything in his power to try to get you to fall asleep. I mean anything. Playing sounds and music that makes you sleepy. Changing the environment around you so you feel even more tired. The works. This is said to be the hardest game of the ritual, but it's beatable. Number 9. Once you complete the game, Consequence will leave. You're going to faint after the TV goes to black. When you awaken, you'll find your prize in front of you. Consequence already knew what you wanted the entire time, so you don't have to tell him. Number 10. You can't attempt the ritual twice. Well, you can, but you shouldn't, because if you try multiple times, Consequence will only make the games harder and harder until you can't beat them. So trying more than once is not recommended. Finally, number 11. There is one consequence for breaking each of these rules. Failure. Well, death technically, but regardless, failure. Not specific enough? Okay. If you fail this ritual, you're going to be one of the many souls trapped inside his world. What happens then? Who knows? Those are all the rules for this ritual. Enjoy the games, and don't do something stupid and die, okay? Meet me again tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and tell me how the game went. If you don't show up, well, I'll assume you died or something. Well, have fun, I guess, and good luck. Dripping and Dropping Dead, written by Scarinabox. At first, I ignored the dripping sound. Figured it was just raining, but the drip, drip, drip just wouldn't stop. No matter where I go, it's there. I've searched the whole house by now for the source, but no matter where I stand, it seems to be coming from just over my head. Called a plumber. They should be here between 10 and 2. I'm hoping for 10. This sound is driving me crazy. I try to distract myself with music, but no matter how far I turn the stereo up, the dripping is still there, insistent and just loud enough to form a backbeat. Drip, drip, drip. The plumber shows up. His eyes are red, like he hasn't been sleeping. I explain the problem and he goes to look. I haven't been hearing dripping sounds for several days now, the plumber says from under the sink. The leak clearly isn't there, but I don't say anything about it. He's the plumber. It says so on his name tag along with his name, which I'm certain he told me, but I have forgotten. The plumber keeps talking. I'm starting to think this is some form of tinnitus because the dripping just follows me around. The drip does that, I admit. I can't seem to narrow down where it is. Well, it isn't here, the plumber says, coming out from under the sink. His eyes look even redder now. I got a few more places to check. I follow him around the house. He's weaving a bit drunkenly, and I start to wonder if that is why his eyes are so red. Just my luck to get a plumber who can't find the drip because he's been hitting the bottle of scotch. Been getting a lot of these calls, the plumber slurs. You're lucky we could get you in. Seems like everyone has a leak they can't find these days. Just find it, I say. The tapping, dripping, dropping, clacking sound makes it hard to be patient or kind. Perhaps that is why the first thing I think when the plumber drops to the floor is, I'm supposed to be thankful for this alcoholic showing up. The second reaction is better as it clicks with me that something is seriously wrong with the plumber. I sink the floor beside him and reach out. I call his name, which I only know because it is on his nameplate on his chest. I have forgotten his name even as I say it. He doesn't respond. A little pool of blood is spreading on the floor from his nose. The next bit happens in a whirl. I call 911 and paramedics show up. One of them has bloodshot eyes, and I find myself staring at that rather than at the corpse on my floor, because by then I know the plumber is dead. He hasn't so much as blinked since he fell to the floor. They take the body away and leave me with a little pool of blood slowly congealing on the tiles in my kitchen. When I head to get some towels to clean up, I pass the bathroom mirror. My eyes look a little bloodshot too. It is probably the dripping. Makes it hard to sleep at night. Though maybe it's time to pick up a bottle of scotch. I'm not usually a heavy drinker, but something to help me relax does sound good. The next day, I'm sitting in my living room with the TV blaring, in a doomed attempt to drown out the drip, drip, drip. A report comes on the news that catches my attention, mainly because I recognize the plumber's face. The familiar plumber snapshot is alongside a few others on a split screen. The details of the report are hard to concentrate on. Drip, drip, drip seems to wind in among the calmly states facts from the news reporter. But even with that, I managed to get the basics. The people on the screen, including my plumber, are all dead. That part makes sense. The rest doesn't seem to compute properly, even with my limited knowledge of biology and how the body works. The findings in these deaths don't seem right. When they brought my plumber to the hospital and examined him, there was no brain in his head. His entire skull was filled with blood. He was the first. Lucky me to have the first die in my kitchen and leave a pool of blood. The others are the victims that have come in since his death. All dead now, according to the newscaster, with her perfect lipstick and wide blue eyes. The CDC has been called in, and the newscaster gives a list of warning signs of this new disease. I barely hear most of it, because it sounds more like a practical joke than a real thing. The only sign I really pick up on is the dripping sound. The dripping in my head wouldn't let me tune that factoid out. Apparently, all the victims heard a dripping sound, which the doctors and scientists are positing was the sound of blood dripping into their empty skulls, filling the place where their brain was supposed to be. I turn off the TV and head upstairs to bed despite it still being the middle of the day. People can't live without brains. Even I know that. Despite being unreasonably exhausted, trying to sleep is hard with the dripping sound. I can't escape the repetitive noise. I shut my blinds trying to blood out the sunshine outside and climb back under my coverlet. And I find myself mulling over the TV report. It can't be real. How would they even know that the people had empty skulls prior to the dripping? Were people coming in to report this to them before dying? And who would have ever thought to look for such a thing? Outside my window, the sound of a siren screeches by, fading into a keening sound in the distance. By the time I finally drift off to sleep, I convince myself I imagined the entire report. I dream that I'm trying to find a leak in an old basement that smells of mold and copper. I find blood dripping down the walls instead and realize I'm standing in a puddle of it. By the time I get back to the basement stairs, it is up to my knees. Morning comes and the dripping sounds seem louder, more like a plop of water into a full bathtub than droplets hitting the porcelain, like my brain is filling up. Except that thought comes directly from the news report that I must have dreamed of. I go downstairs and turn on the TV again as I make breakfast. There is a dried pool of blood on my kitchen floor. I should clean that up. I'm gearing up to do that as I eat some dry toast for breakfast, but the news comes on and distracts me. Pictures of the local hospital and a new set of faces fill the screen. I see a number, but I can't recall the death total a moment later. It must be hard to remember things without a brain, I tell myself. I don't listen to the newscaster's report this time. Instead, I pick up my smartphone and do my own research. The report I heard was real, or at least, the report really happened. Lots of people are calling the disease out as made up or falsified. But I notice that everyone from where I live is scared. There are more reports of death, wives telling what happened to their husbands, children saying what happened to their parents, and every story starts with a drip that no one else could hear. I do some research on the doctors who are putting out the insane claims. They were all respectable before this, and their reports now chill me in a way I didn't expect because all of them are saying exactly what I thought. This shouldn't be possible. People can't live without brains, but they are. That makes me study the reports carefully, searching for the underlying facts, even if those facts contradict logic. The body count is up, in the hundreds now. Didn't take long. The disease seems like it takes about 4 to 5 days in total. Now I'm sure of what the sound in my head is. It's a drip, slow and steady, of blood in my empty skull, filling the space left vacant. Drip, drip, drip. No matter how much I study the reports, there's no explanation for this phenomenon, nor why the person dies when the empty space is full. But they do, and by interference, that means I will too, unless I can figure a way around the looming fate. I clean up the dried blood from my kitchen floor, overflow from the plumber's brain. He should have drained it beforehand and bought himself some time. How full is my skull? I'm 3 days into this awful dripping. I got out to my car and considered driving away, but the dripping would just follow me. When I go back inside, I'm thankful I didn't try to leave. The TV tells me that the borders to the city have been closed. We are in full quarantine from the rest of the world. Another fact sneaks out to frighten me. Over 1,000 are dead, and that's just the ones who have been reported and tallied. There are only 2 things the city is doing now: dripping and dropping dead. That strikes me as funny, and I laugh. I can see my reflection in the kitchen window as night falls. My eyes are a horrid shade of red. I wouldn't mind some scotch, but I'm pretty sure that even if there are places open out there, they wouldn't serve me. No one seems to know if this is contagious, but no one is taking a chance. We don't know what causes this plague, but the quarantine has people thinking that if it can be contained, that means that we are spreading it somehow. No scotch in the house. I locked all my doors and bar the windows as the night deepens. There are bodies in the street. I can't find a death toll online anywhere. No one is doing anything akin to scientific recording. I find several places where people outside the city are discussing what's happening. I try to leave comments, but my fingers don't seem to want to type anything sane. I can locate a few like me typing similar comments. All we talk about is the dripping. Drip, drip, drip. But it has started to sound like a ticking sound to me. After all, that drip is my life ticking down to zero. In the middle of the night, I hear a gunshot fired, then another. Someone runs by outside my house, and I'm pleased that they don't fall down and die. There are enough corpses outside my house. When I survive this, I don't want those bodies to be my responsibility. No one out there is going to help me. Not those talking about this disease from their safe, unaffected cities, and certainly not the dwindling people of the city around me. I stare at my kitchen floor and think about the plumber. Ending up just like him is hardly appealing, so I won't. His problem, I decided, was that he didn't have the information I do. He didn't know what was happening to him, so he couldn't address it. He didn't know that he didn't have a brain and his skull was slowly filling up. My leg up is that I do know those things. I wonder how we lost our brains and if we can get them back. But those are facts that I don't have. The people who come after me may have them, but I have to make do with what I know. And what I know is that when my skull fills up with blood, I will die. A smile spreads across my face. I feel it stretching unused muscles. All I have to do in order not to die is to not let my skull fill up. I head into my garage and dig around in the tools there. I find my drill and bring it inside. Safety first. I wash and sanitize the drill bit. Then I leave my kitchen faucet on. I figure I can wash and rinse things as I go if it becomes necessary. Good thing I know my sink doesn't leak. I giggle a little. I'm getting silly. It is all the dripping, I tell myself. It is hard to focus with the dripping. And maybe, just maybe, it is hard to think clearly with no brain. The best place to go in, I decide, is dead center of my skull. I don't need to worry about hitting my brain after all. I plug the drill in, put the bit back where it belongs, and picture the blood coming out of the plumber's nose. Obviously, that doesn't work as a drain before death, but I'm smart enough to create my own drain. My head would never fill up. Nope. I'll just let that pesky dripping blood drain out of the front. The back might have been a better choice, not to mess up my face, but I can't properly reach back there. Forehead it is. I turn the drill on and press it to my forehead. You think it would hurt a great deal to drill a hole into your head, but the truth is, it doesn't hurt all that much at all. After the first surprise jolt, it is more like a toothache. Nasty but localized, and the knowledge it would be over soon keeps me going. The drill bit pops through on the other side of my skull. I feel it because the resistance is gone and the drill just slides forward. I pull it out and tip my head over the sink, letting the blood drain out and get washed away by the flow of water. I wonder who else has thought of this as I clean up bone fragments and blood from myself and my kitchen. Then I wander into my living room. I don't turn on the TV. Can't hear it over the dripping anyhow. People are screaming outside. I feel sorry for them. I figured it out. I'm safe, but they are still out there in the worst of it. I go to the window to look out, peeling back the curtain. The world is fresh and new, vital. It looks redder than it did before. It's actually a little hard to see. Oh, I should have thought of this. The blood is draining into my eyes. No dripping now, but there is a lot of red. More than a tiny drip should account for. I can't see anything though. The blood, drip, drip, dripping over my eyes. And that, dear listeners, is the end of this birthday special horror story compilation. Thank you so much for joining me in my birthday celebration. I appreciate each and every last one of you. I hope you are sleeping and resting well. Until next time, I'll read to you soon. Good night.